All right, so now we are going to build or start building uh, our interface or our front end full stack web application using Next.js and Supabase. The very first lesson we're going to start with is terminal basics. Sorry, yesterday I lit the recording, especially the screen recording going on forever. So you guys, like, literally, if you go in and find this YouTube that I just released this morning, is going to be like insanely long, 8 hours, and we're talking with each other. It's not really high quality, so 8 hours long. What I'm trying to do now is, like, between the pauses, I'll stop the screen recording so that you guys, like, if you're watching the playback, there is no pause in between. And then when I say, like, okay, now we go in a break out of like 15 minutes, and then you pause the video if you're watching it again, and then you can, like, take as many minutes of pause that you need. You don't need like 15 minutes of nothing being recorded. And also, it was painful, 135 GBs of data being uploaded to the internet. It was like insane. I tried to do it yesterday so that I can make sure that you guys get some really high quality. I think it's gonna be a 4K or something. I don't know, like, even didn't check that. But yeah, exactly, it is a 4K video. So you get 4K video playback. So like the camera and the lighting and everything is very, very nice. I don't want to overload this. It's gonna be an 8-9 hours long workshop, but probably this screen recording video will end up being like, I don't know, 5 hours, 4 hours or something, so that you can easily follow along. Therefore, I'm going to stop screen recording time to time. All right, and we are managing everything through this Notion page. So the first lesson we're going to capture is terminal basics, and I'll fetch new lectures as soon as we're done. We move this one here, and then we fetch new lessons here. And on the way, when we get new things, and then we'll create a new lesson in here. Alrighty. Thank you so much. I'm an emotional guy, really emotional guy. Like, I get easily upset and I get easily happy. Like those little emojis that you guys are sending, those amazing 21 people are sending, makes my day. Please do send me some love. Otherwise, I'm a social animal. I can get offended so very, very quickly. Or send me one of those emojis and see what I say. Like, one of those emojis, or this is okay, but one of those emojis, you send me those ones, you see what I say. Especially when there is a bug or when there's something not working, you send me those ones, and I could curse you in Farsi language, and that you need an Afghan friend to translate it for you. Okay, let's see if the voice is okay. You see what I say? Yeah, there we go. Or in Hindi language, actually, you'll find a lot of friends to translate that to you. In German, I haven't yet learned how to curse in German language. Oh, maybe, yeah, only 1 or 2 words, not more. Alrighty, so let's start. The first lesson we have on the list is terminal basics. Why am I here to teach you guys terminal basics? Why? Like, look, we are becoming vibe coders, believe it or not. You, Mr. Wonderful, not the Kevin O'Leary, but you, Mr. Wonderful, who is still coding with Vim or with VS Code, or I don't know, Notepad++, or whatever. These skeptics, like those senior engineers, I have been coding for 23 years nonstop. I jumped on this train very, very early on. With my startup VoiceKit, building a voice AI agent, and lately building voice AI agents and any other type of AI agents for SMEs. I work for Klarna, Siemens, Allianz, and you name it, a $300 million scale up. I was the fourth hire. I scaled up like literally the whole supply chain management for them. So I have been hands-on coding, managing teams, and coding and managing teams. And now I'm back to coding for the past 3 years or so. So I jumped on this train. If you are Mr. Wonderful and you want to do something that is gonna, you think that this AI agent development is something that you don't want to do, like you want to stay only with PHP, and you want to code only with VS Code, Copilot, or not use the latest AI-assisted development frameworks, then you're missing a big opportunity. And from that person who's really, really experienced writing code, knowing everything, memorized all the documentation and all 4 levels, or 5 levels, actually it starts from 0, all the 5 levels of JavaScript maturity levels, I tell you, if you don't use AI, you're actually 10 or 20 or maybe 50x slower than an engineer like myself, knowing and using AI for code generation. And today, the whole subject of today is that. Now, from that 23 years experienced engineer to the new so-called AI native engineer, or vibe coding or vibe coders, all the memes aside, vibe coding is there to stay, and you are going to learn it today the right way. The memes are okay. It generates code you don't understand. That's your problem. You need to start learning coding so that you can understand and ask AI, why did you do that? Fuck continuity. I'm not going to do continuity anymore. I need to find a solution for this. Like, all the setup that I'm doing, this live streaming setup, is something that I've been doing for like literally a couple of months now. And I built this myself. It's a software called VibeStage. Right now, what's failing is not the software; it's vibe-coded software. The vibe-coded software is not failing. What is failing is continuity, the software of Apple. And I believe it might be something to do with my phone. I'm going to turn off and restart my phone. Hopefully, it's going to work. Restart works most of the time, but now let's go to terminal basics, okay? This is the software that I built, like the normal thingy. So I will just put this camera until my phone is restarted. So why terminal basics? That's the question. Like the reason I would like you guys to know terminal basics, especially for vibe coders or especially for those who are just starting and they're not programmers, the reason I want to show you terminal and Git basics is because it's so core to the level. Like Claude Code is something, a CLI, so-called CLI, command line interface. It's a terminal level software. The reason they went there is because everything on the surface, all the UIs are changing. We are going through a big paradigm shift. The UI that we see today is going to change. And it's going to change dramatically. The UI will change. I wish this was working. I'm making a lot of expressions on my face. It should have been captured, man. So the UI is going to change. And why it's going to change, I'll tell you in a minute. We used to have, I need to diagram it. Give me just a second, please. I will explain exactly why the UI is going to change and why Anthropic, such a big company, went with a CLI, and why I want you guys to learn terminal basics as the very first lecture of our vibe coding. Wait a minute. I hope it's going to work. There was a restart, something buffer, because I used continuity yesterday for like 8-9 hours. It didn't stop. Maybe there's some buffer issue or something. Now it should hopefully work so that you guys can get good quality content. Okay, so the UI is going to change. Why? Because we built these little things called keyboards for a very, very good reason. Or mouse. Why? Because we didn't know the language of computers. The only language computers knew was 0 and 1. And now computers learn how to talk our language. So the first thing that will disappear is going to be keyboard and mouse. The second thing that is going to disappear is going to be the GUI, graphical user interface. What we built yesterday is just the glimpse of what's coming in. And 10 years from now, the way we see SaaS, software as a service, will change. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, says SaaS is dead. And there is a reason for that. Because the interface is changing. Software as a service, as we know, is going to change, but people will still use software, and they build their own software, like this Vibe Stage thingy, or like that. Everyone else will start building their own stuff so that they can do their day-to-day work. If you don't learn terminal as a native AI native developer, you're going to leave a lot of opportunities on the table that you can connect to other little services and become way more stronger. Therefore, you need to learn terminal. Everything else on the surface is going to change. Terminal is not going to change. Git was Git, as Linus Torvalds, or whatever his last name, the founder of Linux, built Git. This guy built it until now. It's not changed. It's the same thing. The commands we're going to learn now is something I learned in MS-DOS in 1998. Like ls, mkdir, rfrm. These are all the same commands. All these 23 years of my career, it didn't change. So what you're going to learn probably is going to stay for a very long time. But if you learn which button to click in order to add a file to GitHub, the UI of that software that you're using could be Cursor, could be VS Code. That will change. And then you will be like roaming around what to do next. So therefore, let's start with our lecture on terminal basics. In continuity, should not turn off. So, as you guys know, from yesterday, we have this whiteboard. We'll do all the whiteboard sessions here. Aram, can you please have a look on the thing, if it is any questions, anything coming along on YouTube?
Amir says he wants to join here, but
somebody is at the door?
No, he's on the YouTube. I want to join in person. Where is the address?
CAC Berlin. I can share it here. If you're watching the YouTube, then you can come. But when you come, you can't call me. Just search this, CAC Berlin. You'll see the address. It's also in the. There we go.
I answered him on Luma app chat.
Yeah, there you go. That's the address. When you come at the gate, then let me know. I'll pick you. Maybe let someone know in the chat in WhatsApp group, or use this live stream to ask, or use this feature. No, this feature. This comes to my face. So because my phone is busy there, if you call me on my phone, I won't be able to pick it. So just use the Vibe stage to ask a question, and then we'll know that you're downstairs, and I'll come and pick you. Okay, so let's go start the terminal basics. Okay, what we want to do is learn this terminal. I don't know what kind of computer you have, but probably you have one of the three famous operating systems. Either you have a MacBook, or you have a Windows, or you have either of the two machines, but the operating system is a Linux distro. If you have a Linux distro, I don't need to teach you. You're already a guru. If you have a Windows, I'm sorry, I don't know which terminal is a good one. I heard Bash or something comes natively. You guys have Windows? Yeah. Which terminal are you using?
Something in VS Code, probably Bash terminal.
Okay, so with VS Code, a terminal comes in built in.
Yeah.
It is like literally Linux terminal. It's not a Windows terminal. Yeah. Okay, nice. So if you are on Windows, you need to just go to Visual Studio Code download, and then you download that software, which is not my recommended software. My recommended software is Cursor. So if you go and download Cursor, Cursor is a better one. It's the kind of so-called fork of this. And then you should have a terminal. If you have a MacBook, you should press Command space, and then you get this so-called spotlight search, and you type terminal. This comes along with the MacBook that you have bought. Now, this is a terminal that's a little bit different than the terminal that I am running. It's called iTerm2. If you see, it has these tabs. I can swipe through them. I can see these little extensions that I've installed. It shows the battery, the CPU usage, the RAM. Right now, 34 GB RAM is being used, and so on and so forth. I have a search field where I can search and things like that. This is called iTerm2, and you can install iTerm2 and you can customize iTerm2 from a tutorial that I'll lead you to so that you can easily find it. You go to my YouTube channel, and then if the internet works, something is off today. The stars are not aligned. Okay, so not in the playlist, you'll find this course called Vibe Coding 101 Crash Course. And here there will be like a bunch of lectures about terminal install. Here you can see that I have like install iTerm2, this one, and then Y terminal and everything. I've explained it. So then you can kind of like learn how to do iTerm2. I will skip that part, but I will assume that you guys have terminal. So let's go and start learning terminal. You will see a similar interface like this. And you can zoom in and zoom out holding. For the rest of this tutorial, I will assume you're using MacBook. If you're not using MacBook, please buy a MacBook. You will love it. You'll thank me later. But because of the shortcuts, I don't want to say all the time like Control or Command. I will just say Command plus, Command minus. But you will find a shortcut key. So you can go to ChatGPT and then find it out. So Command minus zooms in and zooms out your terminal, at least in iTerm2. I don't know the other ones. And then if you type clear, so if I keep hitting enter, new lines are created. I'll explain what are those new lines in just a minute. But if you type clear, just the word clear, and then hit enter on your keyboard, it clears the entire terminal. And then if you type pwd, process working directory, don't ask me, I learned it 20 years ago, I don't remember it, but just pwd, it will tell you where are you right now standing, what's your current directory. A directory means folder. So then I'm in there. So if I type L, it lists something, just L, the command L. For some of you, L might not work, depending on your configurations. You can type ls-la. This works almost in every single command. Don't ask me what is LA. Literally this part is called the parameter of that program. This is just the cursor. So this part is just the software itself that needs to run, or the command itself that needs to run, and that part is called the parameter. So don't ask me what does L8 does, but it does a lot of, it kind of like formats it and shows in a specific way, because you can do different ways of this thing. I just remember ls-la or something like that. And then you should be able to see the list of all the directories and the files and so on. In Mac, these little files having the dot in front of it, or these little directories having the dot in front of it, these are called hidden folders or hidden files. How do you distinguish what's a folder, what is a file? From the color of it and from a file extension to it. Some files may not have an extension. So this is a bash.s3, but its color tells you that this is a file, this is a folder. And the columns, ignore these columns. This is one column, this is another column, this is another column, and these are other columns. I will quickly explain what are those columns, but you don't need to memorize it or know what it does. So that column shows you the directory permissions. This is a specific way of representing permissions across a user, a group, based on what they can do. They can read, they can write, they can execute, and so on and so forth. This is the Linux permission thingies. This one I think is the size. No, this is the size, but I don't remember what is this. You can ask ChatGPT. This is your current user. This is the group where you're belonging. This is the file size. This is when the file was created or last updated and so on. All right, so we got to know ls clear pwd. Now what we want to do is in this folder I pressed Command F to get the focus right here on this terminal because I want to search something. I want to search VB101. Do I have that? I think so. Yes, there you see it is highlighted. So I want to go in that particular folder. How can I do that? I can do cd VB101, vibe coding 101. So this is a folder that I created before. I want to get into that. The command I use is called change directory. Change directory is the command that I can use to go there. I just remember one thing that I didn't clearly do documentation of this one. Sorry, this thing. I will keep doing some documentations here. So for those who are not interested in video content, they can see these screenshots and still learn something. So literally, this thing is called change directory. Okay, so once I hit enter here, what happens is it goes from here to here. You can see that it changed to the, or it kind of like navigated to the VB101 directory or folder. So that's that. Now we're going here. Now, what do we do here? If I press L, I will see all my project lists here. Samantha, N8, Nihilus, PDF Finder, and so on and so forth. I want to create a directory here. So I want to create a directory. For creating a directory, I do this. mkdir, and then a folder name. So let's give our project a name. I'll call it Samantha Notes. Samantha Notes. Okay? So what we have done here is this is called make directory, and that thing is the directory name. Okay? All right, so we have those two things available. Now, we know how to get into that directory. It is cd Samantha Notes. Look, there is a small shortcut key that I want to show you. And here, if you type, like press tab on keyboard for autocomplete. Autocomplete. This will make you super fast. If you do this, it will make you super fast. So now I'm going to press tab one time, then press tab for more options. So when you have more than one option, because I have Samantha folders laying around a lot, there is like the top one is picked, the one that you use to go a lot. Now if I tap again, then this thing shows, and then keep pressing the tab to navigate to all of these ones. So when you do that, it changes here. So keep pressing tab to select options. See the change here. All right, so I have that. I hit enter. Samantha notes here. Perfect. I press L. There is nothing in here. There is another command I would like to show you. If you type open dot, that means open the current directory. And it opens it in the file. It opens it in the current file, in the current folder structure that you have. You see? It's just an empty file. If I create a folder here, call it ABC, if I go here, press L again, you can see that that folder is created. Now I want to remove that folder. How do I do that? RMRF ABC will remove this folder. It will remove this folder without any permissions. Without any questions. And this folder will be deleted. And now I want to put an important question mark here, an important kind of exclamation mark. It is a very powerful command. Be careful not to use it on system folders. Why? Because if you do that, something will happen. You'll lose your computer. If you do that, it can damage your computer. So you need to be super careful not to use it on any folder, because it's a very, very powerful command. It can burn your computer to the ground. All right, so if I hit enter now, and then I press L, that folder is gone, okay? It didn't even ask me a question, you can see that. So therefore, it's very important that you use this thing responsibly. Now, what do we have next? I created a folder. Let's do a quick review. We learn how to list. We learn how to change a directory like CD, ABC. We learn how to create a directory. We learn how to get into a directory. Now, how to get out of a directory. This is how you get one level out of a directory. What does one level mean? I'll explain it in just a minute. Okay, so if I do that, look what happens. So look, I got out in this level. So I got one level out. Now imagine if I have ABC. Inside ABC, I have XYZ. And I went to XYZ, and that's it. So if I do this, you can see this, that I'm 2 levels deep. So level 1 and level 2. Okay? So 2 levels. So I have 2 levels deep. Now I want to get out of this 2 levels. I want to get to directly to this folder. So how do I do that? I just type cd dot dot slash dot dot. So what this dot dot slash dot dot do is it gives me a chance. Dot dot means 1 level. Another dot dot means another level. It can go on and on. That's the whole concept of this. So as many level as you want to get out, you can type dot dot and then a slash on it. All right. Now let's go to the next level. I'm going to get out 2 levels and I'm going to remove ABC again. What else do we need? I believe that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else. Can you please list down the basic Linux terminal commands that a beginner should learn? We did that. Yeah, we did all of them. Touch, I don't think so. Touch is important. You can create files. Move, yeah, let's do copy and move. Cat, we'll do cat as well. Okay. So now let's say you have a file created. You want to create a file, you do touch abc.txt, you created a file, okay? Now you want to open it with VS Code, you type VS Code abc.txt, that file is now opened in VS Code. So that is how you create it, that's how you open it. Okay. Now, let's say I'm going to put something like ABC, ABC, ABC in this file, save it. Now, cat abc.txt will show the content of that file. All right, what else ChatGPT said I should do? Copy and move, okay. One thing that we did here I want to explain is RM, RF. R stands for recursive, and F stands for force. So recursively force. It will delete all the subfolders and everything. Therefore, it's a very dangerous one. The other ones are not. These are so system related. It's going to get you confused and so. Yeah, these are not beginner ones. I'll just stay focused on copying a file, a folder, and also moving them. So renaming them. So let's say you have a file ABC, right? You want to rename it. You press mv abc.txt to xyz.txt. So that is used for, that is move, but used also for renaming a file. Old name. new name. Okay, if I press enter L, you'll see that the change happened. Now, old name, new name. Okay, I will explain how to copy a file. So let's say if I want to copy XYZ to abc.txt, this is basically copying this file into a new file. So copies this file into a new file. This is used for copying a file or a folder. Okay. I think we're done. So we're done with the lecture terminal basics. I believe that you guys must have followed along when I was copy pasting to the Notion page. But I'm going to stop the screen recording now and give you guys 10 minutes to play around with this and submit your questions so that we can take the questions if there is any. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next lecture. Guys, I'm not just a vibe coder. I go with the vibe flow. Like usually people have like two screens, put something on the side, screen record only this one. But as you can see, I do everything live. I do everything as I go and I feel about. I only live in the moment. I'm an emotional person. I'm a normal person. I think I'm a normal person, but I don't know. But I was emotionally touched seeing all these numbers. Like literally, if you see that from 100%, right now we are sitting with literally with a 2% of that potential people, regardless of whether they watch later or not. But registering on Luma page doesn't mean that you're gonna watch it later. It means like you want to attend that meetup. If you don't want to attend that meetup, I mean that workshop, don't register on Luma page. Just subscribe to my YouTube channel. You will get that content. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. And waste of hope for me. Like I was preparing for 800 people, at least 100 shows up and stays to the end. But never mind. I do this for the artifact. I do this for the people who are going to watch it later on. I saw someone in the YouTube comments saying like they watched it later on when they put their kids to bed. I also have kids. I also put my kids to bed. And I also uploaded 135 GB of 36 GBs of YouTube content so that it can be available for someone watching it today. Despite the fact there was already a live version of that available. But anyways, let's get to the next task. Terminal basics is done. Let me see if there are any questions coming in. How long will the Notion page be alive? I think I answered that. Have you tried 11 Labs, Node, and NA10? I haven't, to be honest. What's the reason for that? It might be an easier configuration. So it's not an API call back and forth. It's just like configuring 11 Labs there. Maybe we can quickly have a look. I have never tried 11 Labs and A10 Node before. It's a good time to kind of like refresh you guys as well on those who didn't try. And also for me, it's a nice opportunity to try 11 Labs and A10 Node. So I'm gonna just click trigger to say something via 11 Labs node. So this node needs to be installed. Let's install that. It has a Git voice. So it has these actions: get voice, convert text to speech, transcribe audio, change voice. So it doesn't have like an agent feature. In that sense, it's not going to work for us. Let's try it out. Let's see what get voice does. So let's get the 11 Labs credentials. I'm going to delete it anyway, so it's okay if you guys see my credentials. Oh. Where is the API key for 11 Labs? It should be somewhere here. There's almost no access, so let's try 11 Labs then. Okay, I have that. So this is voice custom API call, and it says HTTP request. So with this, we are back to square one. So it's using HTTP request. So let's see what the get voice does. I'll use my voice. This is my voice clone. What does it do? It must give me a blob or something. Oh, it gives me all the information of the I see. It's basically giving me all the metadata of this, and that's the file that it gave me.
Movies inspire us to dream and reach for the stars.
It was just the preview. It's just the metadata of that particular voice in there. So that API does that. What does it do? Okay, I can say something. We are having a live session today. And then it should give me an MP3, which I can play back. Yes, that's the right assumption, which is sitting here.
We are having a live session today.
Yeah, so that's again not something that we want. We want an agent. So the text to speech, speech to text can also be kind of like supply an audio from here. That's this data. We can. It doesn't have a file upload feature. I would have added one. I could like literally feed this back to this guy.
We are having a live session today.
Doesn't work like that. Okay, it's just the TTS and ASR. And then again, custom API call goes to HTTP request. So the last one, custom API. Yeah, so yes, to answer your question, yes, I tried it. Yes, I tried 11 Labs before. I love the vibe coding, the vibe flow. So yes, I tried the 11 Labs a few seconds ago. It doesn't work for us. We wanted to have an AI agent, and 11 Labs Node do not provide that as of yet, as of today, which is 27th of July. All right, so let's go. Can we get the ability to copy the Notion notes? I don't know the feature of Notion that allows you to copy it, but I'll find out and enable that. Please ask me on LinkedIn a few days later if I forgot. Don't forget to record. It is running. Good, thank you. The commands for Windows are quite different. Just a remark. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Sorry. That's good that I kind of like focus entirely on Linux on Mac.
I just installed.
Can you please take the microphone? What is it?
So for Windows users, they can install git bash
Yeah.
as their terminal, and
Okay.
all
Linux
commands will be same.
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Bash. So if you install git bash for Windows, then all your the same terminal things that I have is this one.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So if you install this for your Windows, then all the commands that that I explained should work exactly the same way as you have seen it before. Can you please repeat commands while coding? Beginner here, thanks. Repeat commands while coding. I wouldn't repeat exactly the commands. I did kind of like a review a couple of times, but the video is available. You can kind of like rewind it and then watch it again. We have a lot of content, so therefore I have to make sure we cover a lot. All right, so terminal basics is done. So we're gonna choose. I have an idea. How about we create a column, call it done. Instead of done, we call it day 1 and day 2. How can I edit? Perfect. So we have like day 1 and day 2, and then I will move these ones so that you guys can see which topic it belongs to which day. So you can also follow a little bit. I heard a sound on my system that I'm not used to. Not sure somebody hacked in my system or what. It was a poop sound, bloop bloop sound. And I also need to go and delete the API key that I have created because it has all the access in the world. I don't remember which one was that. API key that I have created. So leopard seal was there before. That means this is the predatory Indian leopard. And delete. Okay, so what are we going to do next today is opening a GitHub account. So in order to open a GitHub account, you need to register on GitHub. Well, it's not just opening that. It's like kind of a few more steps to that. I will explain in just every step. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So let's go to github.com. I will also try to take you guys to the gate until I am not allowed to do, so that you guys can also see things. So you need to sign up, fill the form, click on create button. I'm not sure why it's picking me as Iran. So fill the form, then click on create. Perhaps you need to do a 2-factor authentication or whatever. If you haven't done a GitHub registration yet, I don't remember when I registered my GitHub account, so I don't know exactly the new steps, but if any blockers, please write it in Vibe stage. I will try to answer it. Now, the key card, he doesn't have a key card. He's going to get locked. He doesn't know the rules, so just explain it to him. Okay, so now the next step is to understand what is where in GitHub. Perhaps when you land, you will land somewhere here. And And what you do here is you see so-called repositories. Perhaps I should register a new. No, let's do it like super beginner friendly. So I will sign up a new account so that you guys get everything fresh. Oh, it's sorry, an email. It already exists, it says. Does wildcard work? Yep, wildcard works. It's 27th of July. Let's put 27 there. So once you create your account, so I'm gonna just, for the sake of things, so you do this, just following the trend that I have created, kind of like a little rhythm. Like literally, if a high school kid not knowing anything follow these tutorials should be able to follow along. And then visual, like click on that thing. And solve this puzzle. Use the arrow keys to do what? Use the arrows to move the train to the coordinates indicating in the left image. North 22. North 22. I don't know exactly the puzzle. Sorry. It's another one. R2. R2. So I need to go here. I will go here. Okay. Submit. L22. I will submit that to. Why is it not going to L22? Okay, this is L22. Okay, then we go next. This is saying 05. 05 it says. And they're training models with this. Therefore, they're showing multiple. They know that I'm a human, but they're just free. They're training AI models with this. I12. This is I12. Okay. Enough. I24. I24. Go on. Wonderful. So now in here, you can find the code in your email. Okay, I'm gonna go and find that code from my email. I didn't receive it. Maybe check your spam folder. Not also in my spam folder. Perhaps it's because of the wildcard email that I used, like the plus sign. So Perhaps it's because my phone doesn't have Wi-Fi connection. It was actually the main reason, otherwise I got the code. Okay, so now I'm going to the code here. 733933835. I turn off the Wi-Fi because continuity was connecting to this phone, so therefore that's done. You should see a screen like this. And then use the same email address that you used, 27@gmail.com. Use the password you used. And then sign in. You should see a screen like this. Nice. So this was a good idea that I created like a new thing so that I see the things that you see. And then you click on this one. Click here to create a new so-called repository. What is a repository? A repository is basically a folder or repository is basically a folder, I think is a good connotation. A folder where you can save information using Git, the software. Okay? So now we're going forward to the next step. Now, in here, you need to put a repository name. And in here, it's your GitHub username. So your GitHub username. The name of the repository goes here. So I am going to name this repository. I'm going to call it something else. It's not Samantha Notes because I want Samantha Notes to be gone on my repository. These screenshots are just Samantha voice notes. Let's call it Samantha voice notes. And then this is just a description. You can give a memorable description. That could be something like a project where you can use AI to store memory notes and retrieve it using RAG. Okay, now I move this here. And then after this, I think it's going to be the same as my account. So it doesn't matter if I'm doing it with this account or the other account. So then this is an important information. And this is an important information you need to know about both these two options. So I'm going to write something here. I'm going to write something here. Public means that your code is available for others and they can see it. Private means that that your code is not available publicly. So this basically is the difference of those two. It's important information that you need to know. Okay. So what do we have next? After all of that, you need to click on here to create the repository. The short term of this is also repo. Repo is the short for this, also known as repo. Okay. Now, I think I'm going too slow and too much to the deep level because there are a lot of tutorials about this on the internet. They can use it there. All right, I will explain a few things here and then I'll go to my account and then we'll speed up. So the first thing we need to do here is now configure our GitHub with a so-called SSH key, this one. This is secure socket, whatever, forgot the acronym. Can somebody please find the acronym? SSH, what does it stand for? Secure socket. Just Google it. SSH.
Shell protocol.
Shell?
Secure shell.
Oh, shell. You said cell. I heard cell. Yes, secure shell. So SH is like secure shell. Okay, secure. It's like shell. It's just 2 times cell. It is end-to-end encrypted. And we will be doing this one. And HTTPS is kind of like only over the HTTP protocol. We will learn how to create a new SSH key, configure it on GitHub, and do git commands using an SSH key, which is a little bit complicated if you're doing it for the first time. Therefore, I want to cover it in this tutorial. So this is your GitHub URL or your Git URL with which you can identify things. This part entirely, we'll do it. We will do it in the next section of the course. Okay. Alrighty, let's go to so now from here I will switch to my account, my actual account, so that I can, or I think it's better to stay here because it doesn't have any SSH key. Mine has so many SSH keys. No, we'll do it in this one. So what is an SSH key? You need to understand that. In order to understand that, you need to understand a theory called asynchronous encryption system. So async encryption. So encryption goes in 2 ways. Encryption goes in synchronous and asynchronous way. So in asynchronous, there is a private key and there is a public key. What does it mean? I'll try to explain it in super simple terms so that you don't get confused. It can really become confusing really quickly. If I try to do something which I did yesterday with this concept, with RAG, which I use these fictitious numbers, and then I later on showed you guys this embedding thing, I'll try to do something like that with an asynchronous encryption system so you know what it means. So imagine if you have 2 people trying to send something to each other. So there is this guy or this boy. Not sure why it didn't work. So let's say Adam wants to send something to Alice. There we go. So Adam and Alice want to communicate with each other. And when they want to communicate, they want to send data in a secure manner. So what happens is that Adam puts a text, says hi, for example, and this text goes over the wire to Alice. if this text goes over the wire to Alice as it is, there's a bad guy. I will just call it bad guy. I don't know. Somebody's name might become. So that bad guy might be a cool bad guy or not. He is sitting in the middle and he is sniffing this traffic. All of this traffic, like Adam and Alice are having this communication over the line. They said I. They said, how are you? And all of this data going back and forth through this line, bad guy can get it. Now, in order for a bad guy to not get it, we use encryption systems. So Adam sends I, but on the wire, it's some gibberish sent here. And that gibberish arrives to Alice and converts back before showing it to Alice as hi. And how this thing works, you can do it in two ways. One, you can do it in a synchronous way, not asynchronous, synchronous way. That means a central location somewhere, like a central server or something that doesn't have anything to do with the bad guy. So we're gonna let the bad guy go away. So this central place will take care of all these communication and kind of like making sure that Adam and Alice are talking, and these things go and back and forth to Adam and Alice, and all of that secure gibberish thingy replacement of that gibberish happens centrally. But that's not scalable. That's not a good way to do it. What is a good way to do, a scalable way to do, is asynchronous communication. That means Adam keeps a private key and takes a public key. So this private key is a key that is kind of like really important key. And he keeps it with himself. And in another, the public key is a nice shiny key that can be shared publicly. Why is it shared publicly? The moment Adam and Alice shook hands, that's the time. Let's get rid of the bad guy for a minute. So the moment Adam and Alice kind of like connected or shook hands or did the settings, in that moment of that setting, they share, Adam shares a public key to Alice. And then Alice has a public key. Adam never shares his public key with anyone else. It keeps it. It's very important. It's private. It even doesn't leave the computer. Now, Alice wants to send, this was just one time, one connection. The first time the connection happened, they did that. The connection is done. The connection is connected. Now, these two are connected. How? That means that the public key of Adam is now with Alice. For the sake of simplicity, we're going to just think that there's one-way communication. Alice can send messages to Adam so that I can keep it simple. Now, Alice wants to say hi. He does something called signing public key. So he takes a public key, he signs it. So that thing is called sign. It signs the message called I using this public key. It goes through this. This I turns into a gibberish. And that gibberish goes over the wire. Now, if this bad guy comes in, and this time attacks from the bottom of the line, because we don't have space on the other side, now the bad guy will get gibberish. And this gibberish, without this private key, cannot be turned into I. So the bad guy can't turn it. Well, he can. He needs, I don't know, billions of years to do a so-called brute forcing. Let me remind myself how long is that with the current compute system and why quantum computer can change the face of the earth because of the security part of that. Like my mind is like literally going on fire thinking about that, but I'll talk about quantum computers in just a minute. For the current asynchronous AES advanced encryption system and all the latest encryption systems that SSH is using and all the banks are using, what is the number of years using the best supercomputer in the world to brute force a public key signed message without having the private key? So I think it's in millions of years of compute that we need in order to brute force to get that thing, that I turn into, like that gibberish turn into some I. So it's billions of years actually. It's billions of years required in order to get the current, if the private key of this is not there, this bad guy cannot turn this I, like cannot see this I. Now the I stays with Alice on Alice's computer. It goes around, the bad guy is out of the picture, so the bad guy can't be a bad guy, he needs to go and find a job. Now the gibberish arrives to Adam's computer. Adam has this private key, swipes like literally waves the wand, the magic wand, and this gibberish turns into hi. That's how asynchronous communication works. It's extremely important piece of computer science knowledge that I give you guys without give you the pain of computer science. But that's what happens under the hood. And we are going to use that concept now to create our SSH configurations. So I'm going to put this a little bit in a way that I can intrigue the people who are going to only see the notes from Notion to go and watch this part of the video. So this is asynchronous encryption system in a nutshell. Alrighty, so what's next? We need to go in and create our SSH key and configure our GitHub account with that SSH key with our terminal that we have put in place. Now let's go do that. It's not a big deal. We have ChatGPT and we have Mr. Aemal making things simple. I love myself. I think everyone should love themselves. Otherwise, if you don't like yourself, you're going to kill yourself eventually. And if you're the best version of yourself, then you can be the best version of yourself to others. So you need to love yourself. All right, so now let's go to do something. We need to learn a new command in the terminal. It's a one-off command, therefore I didn't get it into the Git basics, terminal basics. Or I didn't remember it there. I won't overcomplicate the Git basics lecture. I will just do it here. So I will ask, can you please show me how to create an SSH key in a MacBook? It's like SSH-keygen and so on. It's a command I need to run in my computer in order to generate a key. So it's like this. I'm going to copy this command, come to my terminal where I was earlier. I was on Samantha notes here. If I show you guys here, I'll delete these files. Oh, one thing that I forgot to mention, which might make sense here, is that you can put multiple files. Like these are two files. I want to delete both of them. Separate with a space to give multiple files or delete multiple files. Okay. This thing belongs to the GitHub basics. And Terminal basics. Terminal basics. I can't find RMRF. It doesn't matter. It can stay there. Okay, I'm gonna delete those ones. I don't need them. Okay, so what I will do now is the following. I'll go and copy the command that ChatGPT gave me for generating SSH keys, but this will create the file right in this folder. Okay, I'll just generate it. Oh no, it's intelligent. It picked the right folder. I just want to make sure that you guys don't follow the wrong path. So I'm gonna paste it before changing anything. I'm gonna change my email address to 27@gmail.com. Now, what it does is this is a command that generates the, I believe that is the part for encryption type. That switch is called encryption type. That's the encryption standard or something. Specifies the key type, modern, fast, and secure RSA. Yeah, the RSA type. It's the RSA type. So that part is the RSA type. And this is the command itself. That's the part that does this one. And that's your email you used in Gmail. I mean GitHub account. And that should be it. So if you do this, it will give you a command. It will generate this SSH key and it will put it inside this folder. So inside this folder. It will actually create two files. It will create. I'll show what it does. So it creates that folder. All right, so we're gonna enter the file in which to save the key. The default file is okay. I will just keep entering, and then enter passphrase. Leave this empty, and then press enter. Okay, now you do that again, press enter again. Now, what is next is that it creates this folder. It created this file. Where's the private key? Here. So pay attention to this. This one has this PUB. That means public. .pub means public file or public key. This is your private key. Created two files, a private and a public key. All right. Now what we have here, we have a file sitting in that folder, which we need in order to configure it on our GitHub, so that all our Git commands that we are going to learn in the next lecture are going to work through that secure manner. All right? So we're going to go to that folder by copying literally this thing. Or type it. I mean, you can also type it, but you can do this like this. CD. You can also type this. Well, I'm not going to show you shortcut keys. It's okay. That will make your life harder. Something like that. Change directory to this folder. Okay, now what I want to do is in here, I want to press L and I will see all the files, but I also see I have a lot of files. So I want to get this one, right? I have a lot of files, but I want to get that one. I will write cat, paste that file. You will not have a lot of files because you don't have it. So use cat, and this is important, very, very, very important. Typed. If not, that is your private key, which should not leave your computer. Okay, so you do that. You press enter. There are questions coming, I know, but I'm right now in that mood of like going all the way through and then I'll take all the questions. So then you copy this entire thing. Make sure that you don't take any other things copied. So copy this entire text. Make sure that you don't copy empty spaces. Okay, now this is the time we are going to build the, sorry, put this thing on the GitHub somewhere. I think it's on the settings. Let me quickly find it and then I come back and explain it in detail. SSH key somewhere. Yep, there. So click there, and then click there. So first click here, then click here, and then click here. So that's like click, click, and click. Obviously, this is on GitHub, so you need to follow that instruction like that. And then paste this here, give it a name. Okay. So we are pretty much set to the level that when I click on this add button, I forgot to put the click button, but you get the point. Like, you have to click that. And now you basically did the connection part. This is basically the connected example between Adam and Alice. I'll have another screenshot coming, which will make more sense in a minute. Like this one. All right, so this is done now. That means my computer is now connected with GitHub in a way that I can send secure messages back and forth between GitHub and my computer. So that means if I go to my repository that I have just created, Samantha Voice Notes, and I select this, copy this URL, okay. After that, what I can do is go to my terminal. I'm in my terminal in this SSH folder. Now I need to go to the upper folder. How can I do that? I need to type cd without typing anything, just hit enter.
Amir is coming in 10 minutes.
Okay. Now what we do now here is that we go on the root folder, and then I do again the same thing, cd vp101, but I can also do cd in multiple levels. The same way as I did cd dot dot slash dot dot, I can go in multiple levels like this, cd dot dot, and then I created this Samantha something notes. Samantha notes. So I can do CD and then multiple levels, like adding slashes. Okay, so we have this thing in here, that thing there. Now I'm inside this folder, and here I'll write git clone. We're getting into the git basics, which I didn't want to do inside this lecture, but it's okay. I will do this, and then I'll get back to the git basics, and we'll do a lot of git basics in that sense. So this is the last piece of this. And we have not kept an eye on the clock. So 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11. So we are 2 hours and 10 minutes. We have to stop the streaming in 4 hours because otherwise it will create a small problem. It's a Riverside problem. Riverside is a company that built the software that we use for streaming. So what did I want to do? I want to git clone this thing. So git clone and then this thing. What it does is this is the git command that we'll get into a lot more in detail, and that is your GitHub URL. Okay, so this is the git command, and this is the clone feature or parameter or switch or clone subcommand. And this is the GitHub repository URL. Okay, so now what you're doing is you're basically cloning this GitHub repository on your system. When you clone a GitHub repository on your system, that means it's copied, it's pasted, like literally downloaded. So it copied it, but it says it's empty. Let's quickly switch to, let me see if the questions are GitHub related, then I will switch to Git basics because we are getting into the territory of GitHub. Did I do something wrong? Okay. Let me see the questions first, and then I'll switch to the GitHub basics because this, particularly that message that we just saw here, is something that I want to explain about GitHub basics. Where are my questions? Here. Install WSL for Windows allows Ubuntu Linux. That is what I was looking for. Yes, WSL is the, I think it's a WebAssembly or something. Is that does it mean no?
Windows subsystem for Linux.
Subsystem Linux. Windows subsystem Linux. So WSL is this layer that sits in front of like your terminal and your Windows because the architectures are different and they're, oh, you come from the network background, therefore you know all of these things. This is your day-to-day things, right? You're a Linux expert then. Okay, nice. So yeah, install that. Good contribution. Thank you for that message. Thank you, Aemal, for sharing all these amazing content for free. Thank you so much. Thank you for attending it. Otherwise, you were one of the 2% of people who clicked. And I don't know how many more thousand people saw it and they didn't click and they didn't register. But I'm offended by that 800 people who clicked register, give their email address, give their time to fill that form, and still didn't show up. Thank you. Okay, that we just did. I'm from India. Do you need any invite for visa to come to attend a session in person? I don't know. I don't send invites for people to get a visa. Does embedding and chunking also happen when response is generated by AI agent and it is returned back to user? Does embedding, and it's unrelated to the today's topic, it's a topic of yesterday, but I'm respectful of your time being that you took to type it. I'll respect that and answer it quickly. Yes, when you ask a question, your question is also turned into embedding and kind of like vector, and then the similarity search happens, like similar to that particular knowledge base, that vector database is retrieved, and then it's basically chunks of text, and then an LLM sanitizes it and cleans it up and then shows it to the user. Stuck, you were trying to save the SSH key to a folder path instead of a file name. So SSH keygen is confused. I'm not sure if I understand your blocker. Perhaps you wrote this message before trying it out. Try it out. If you still were stuck, please write me a LinkedIn message. I'll try to help you there. Solve the directory problem. Okay. Oh, it's the same person. Please hold your questions for like 5 minutes before you solve it, because then you create noise for the recording. Stuck at the .pub file. I could only generate ID RSA. I would suggest, if you're stuck like that, then delete the file, restart the whole system. I think you'll find. And when you restart it, maybe do it in the lunch break when we're gone. Do it like step by step, exactly see what happens next in my screen, and then you can catch up. And I will anyways give a breakout room now. So during the breakout room, you can also do that. Or actually, I'm thinking about another crazy idea. I will leave a Google Meet link here during the breakout room time so that everyone tries this out. And then you can join that Google Meet, say hi to my community, and then you share your screen, or anyone else having any other problem related to the subject, and then I can go and do that, help you there. So the next one is feedback. It's appreciated. It's when you stop and explain why you do that. And the reason it's appreciated when you stop and explain why you do that and the reason behind. I think being live is the best advantage for it. Otherwise, see the video recording. Exactly. That's what the point I was making, that if you don't come live, you don't benefit from these questions and answers. All right, cool. So we're gonna switch now to the next lecture, which is Git basics. I'll give you guys some time to follow this one before going to Git basics. Let's say 10 minutes. And these 10 minutes, what I will do is I will share a GitHub link. You guys can, anyone join and ask me questions. From how many people are we now live? We are 15 people live. So I'm going to leave a GitHub, a Google Meet in here, and then you guys have 9 minutes to ask a question. Alrighty, create. There we go. Anyone joins there? Hi.
Hi.
My name is Aemal. Good to see you. All right. So we have one of the online live attendees join. There's Ramos. He's based in Netherlands. And you have a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, I already downloaded Cursor. I already learned the basic terminal that you mentioned in the beginning. So what should I do now? Like, what else, right? Because I follow you, but what else should I do to start, for example, connecting to the SSH key and then, the connection with the GitHub. I already created an account in GitHub as well.
Okay. So you're asking what's next in the course for the rest of the day. The Git basics we'll do. We'll explain what are the basic commands that we need to add a new file, remove, and so on. It's very, very important. And then after that, we will install this piece of software that I made called Vibe Flow, which kind of puts 3 AI agents together: Cursor, Claude Code, and TaskMaster. All these 3 together works through an MCP interface to produce code that is way more high quality than just using Cursor alone. And then we will build. These 3 are the build sessions, which is kind of like an interface, a UI. Actually, it's a good point to kind of like, it's a course content anyway. So we're back, guys. We're back. So it's a course content. So we're gonna build a UI, something like this. So the user interface is gonna look something similar to this that I'm going to show you here. We're gonna go mobile first. Why? Because the actual use case of this software that we're building as a part of the 2 days crash course or workshop is that we want to use this software, especially I'm going to use it myself when I am in a meetup. So there will be like 2 different use cases of this, like 2 different user interfaces of this. One will be for the same way as we did the APIs. One will be for ingestion, and one would be for querying. So the ingestion and querying both will have its own different user experiences. How it would look like is as following. We took a small detour. We're kind of like explaining something in this ticket, but we are supposed to do this one. But it's okay, because it's okay to kind of like get out of that terminal, that dark screen, to a whiteboard and a little bit of creativity, and then we go back there. So it's okay. It's just the flow that goes there.
And what about if I lost, for example, if I don't know how to create a file, if I still very low in creating file and connecting to the GitHub?
Let's go one step at a time, please. Let me finish this, and then I'll go and create the file and so on. So right now we're trying to build the UI, how this should look like, the ingestion system, how this should look like. In my opinion, this is how it should look like. I should just have the LinkedIn profile URL, just one input box that I can copy paste that from my mobile phone when I connect with them. And then there should be one big text box. This big text box should contain like a message or something. Obviously, there will be like login and sign up and so on, which we'll do anyways. I don't want to build the UI for that, so it's going to be kind of like notes. And what will be important and different will be this button here. This button will be a microphone button. So there will be microphone icon. Let's use this one for now, just dummy, but AI will generate a better one for us. When I press this microphone button, then it's kind of like a recording mode. It will record, it will transcribe something and then put some text in here, some gibberish text in here. So that will be the basic UI for the ingestion. And the UI for query will be very, very simple and very, very similar to only this part. And the response of that will be something like this. When I hit the search button, well, I can also do that, and then there will be a button that I say search. When I either talk or write notes, I get a result, or let's say query result screen, which will have some text, the answer, and text, obviously some text here. And then the response itself. So just to make sure that I don't confuse the LLM later on, it's just the label. We're going to use this for the LLM for creating our so-called product requirement document. We'll update this and make it better looking when we get there. And this will be the LinkedIn profile. This is the most important part for me, because if I don't go to their LinkedIn, I don't have a way to go back to their LinkedIn profile. Then I won't be able to find who that person was. And it is like literally a link I can tap, and then on my phone I can open their LinkedIn profile. So this is the user interface. We're going to enrich this even further. Wait a minute. Yeah, we'll come back to this and enrich it. Anyways, this was a small detour. All right, so let's go to the Git basics. Excuse me, can you use the microphone, please?
I should hold it, yeah?
Yes.
I think it's better that you describe about the Git. That is it. How's the repository is for the instruction or data, and how's the communication? Is it cloned on the system? So the structures are in the Git, and how's the communication with Git?
Wait. Okay. Thank you so much for your input. Okay, so we just finished a detailed opening a GitHub account, which kind of like went through all the steps, as you can see here. We even explained the asynchronous encryption system here, and we created a Git repository, and also we cloned the Git repository, which was right here. And the cloned repository is now sitting in this folder, but it is an empty repository. The Git repo is cloned here. It is an empty repo. Repo is just a synonym for repository. All right, so now we're getting a step closer to the Git basics. After the Git basics, literally the setup, and then the rest of the app. We need to keep an eye on the number of hours that we're running. We need to have a hard stop at exactly 4 hours or earlier. So we have 1.5 hours left. So can someone put a timer for 90 minutes, please?
Everyone, welcome to day 2.
90 minutes, 90. Yeah. Okay, so now we are going to Git basics. We will know everything from super zero to everything else, okay? Doris, the quality of this is okay, or if you want, we can switch back to the live mode so that I can have one less distraction. I will turn off this call, okay? Thank you. See you. So here, you can see that I have a folder in here, and we know how to go in that folder. It's basically cd Samantha. I can go there. Now, in here, when I say write L for listing, this is a new folder that you'll see that is created. This is called a hidden folder. Why hidden folder? Because it has dot. It's how hidden folders are made. And what is it for? It is basically storing all the Git information. So which branch, where, who's the user, and so on and so forth. So that's piece number one to know about Git. Then the next step is, now let's create a file. Let's create, like, our plan here is, first we're gonna create a file, then we're gonna save it locally, then we're gonna upload it on GitHub. Okay, those are the basic 3-step plan we have here. And then we will go in and try hard, like a little bit more complex steps. All right, so the first one is, you know how to create a file, right? I create a file called abc.txt. I know how to open it, abc.txt. I will put abc, abc, abc in this file, save it, get out there. And if I cat abc.txt, you can see this file. I don't need to re-explain it. We just went through this lecture this morning. Now, what I want to do now is, if I see, I have now this file in the Git folder, okay? And the newly created file. So now I have these two pieces of information. Now what do I do next is, if I type git status, this is a command that tells you what has changed since the last commit, okay? If I enter, I will explain everything in great, great, great detail. So it says that these are untracked files, and in here it shows all the files that are tracked. This command is used to see what has been changed since the last commit. Don't panic, I will explain what is commit. And these are all the files that are not yet tracked. And don't panic, I will explain what is file tracking. And this is the list of files that has been changed or added. So okay, so now if I want to save this, this is how, let me explain commit, or how Git works, okay? How Git works. So the way Git works is literally on file system. So it literally works on file system. So if I have a file sitting somewhere, let's say I have a GitHub repository. Let me do it this way. On github.com, I have a repository called Samantha voice notes. This is the website github.com. This is on Microsoft servers. So Microsoft bought GitHub. So this is the Microsoft servers. And this is my computer. So /users /Aemal /VB101 I have it here somewhere in the terminal. I already have it here. This is my computer, literally sitting on my computer. So this thing is on my computer. I'll just take the whole path so that you know this is my computer, because my name is not displayed here. So this is my computer, that's a server. Okay, so the server computer is keeping a clone of my files, is keeping a copy of my files. And I always, when I say git clone, I'm basically copying everything in here. So when I executed this git clone, this URL, it's not that URL, it's something like this. When I used this command, what happened was these files were sitting here. This command downloaded these files literally to my desk. It downloaded it. The entire files that were sitting there in my desk. So the moment I executed it in my terminal, right? So in my terminal, I executed something. In that execution, that command that I executed in my terminal, I went to my terminal, I executed this command. This command went on the internet, found the file. How did it find it? Because we did the SSH connection, right? So we already did the SSH connection. That SSH connection was working perfectly fine. That magical moment that we had when we did the SSH connection, I explained this thing. So this whole thing is underneath an SSH connection. So it went through that SSH tunnel, came to this computer, that's also a computer but sitting on a cloud, grabbed all those files, brought it down to me on my computer. So it created those files here. Which file was it? It was for now just .git. But it gets interesting now because we have an abc.txt in this file. So now here I have abc.txt, which was downloaded in step number 1 from the server with a git clone thing in here. So this was my step number 1. So in the first step, I executed a command like this. It literally downloaded an entire file for me on my computer. That's step number 1. What happens next is on my terminal, I executed a few more commands. I created a file. I did git status. Now I see some files here. Now, it's not only this git file, but there is also abc.txt file. But as I said, it didn't move it, it copied it. So that means there is one git folder there, one git folder here. And this one has this abc file, abc.txt file, but the server do not have it yet. And even this abc.txt file here is in red color. Why? Because it's not committed yet. What is a git commit? We're getting there. A git commit is basically the core, the heart of Git. If you understand git commit, then you understand the whole concept of Git. We'll get to Git branches in just a minute, but if you understand what's git commit, then you understand everything else. So the way Git works is like this. It writes one file here. Imagine if this is your entire disk, okay? It writes one file. Imagine this is one line of instruction that you did, and then it keeps writing files. So it keeps writing files on your disk, and every single time for example, if that is one file or one piece of file that you have done, you can literally take it out of that system, and this particular file can be called a commit. And this can have like abc.txt. It can have like package.json. It can have like xyz.txt. It can have like resume.pdf, and so on and so forth. But then you can, it's kind of like multiple files combined together with some metadata information in it. This thing contains some info. We'll get to that some info in just a minute. So this particular thing is how commits work in Git. So how Git commits are stacked is like literally they get stacked on the top of one another. That means this particular item can be shifted to the top, to the bottom, to any level of that Git file. That means it's going to change your file structure, the way you're looking at it. So now let's go to this particular example of abc.txt, which is not yet saved. What I need to do for this to save it is in step number 2, I'm going to do the following thing. There are like 2-3 steps that you need to do. Git add dot, and then git commit -m. You give it a memorable message. I should have not removed that graphic there. So this graphic can stay here. I have git add dot and then git commit -m, and then you give it a memorable message, added abc.txt file. Now this little message, this little text that we do goes to the top of like literally every single one of them. Every single one of these things will have a little memory, like a note, kind of like added abc.txt file. And that is basically this memory that you're kind of like storing. So this goes right away here. They're the same thing. Now, right now it's only having one file, but it can have like multiple files. So here you can see so now, when we do this, let's do that and then come back here. So I typed git status. I know that git status is showing me one file in red. I can press the command git add dot, enter, nothing happens. This basically added, it just added the abc.txt into a so-called stage phase. That means like literally now I have that one file at least prepared for saving it or for moving it from here back to here, which is the upload part. So it turned that from red to black so that it can be sent back, obviously via that SSH connection. So it's still sitting in my computer. And still, if I do this, git status, you'll see now it turned green. So it means it is staged or it's prepared for uploading to github.com. All right. Now, I need to do one more step in order to save it on this desk. So there are 3 steps to this. Maybe I can phases of Git saving. One is in red state. One is in green state. And the other one is in, let's give it a color black state, okay? So the red means something, the green means something, and the black means something. The red means unstaged. It's not saved. You can do so-called git stash. It will be removed. We'll see git stash in a minute. This means it's staged. And this means it is committed. We'll see commit in just a minute. So now it is green. That's all right. I just got my file staged, but it's not saved in the desk as a Git file. There is another command in Git called git log, which basically shows you, this command shows you the history of Git commits saved on your local computer, okay? Now I'll show you what is that. Okay, now if I do this, it says there are no commits. Since this is a new repository and we don't have any commits, you see this message. All right, now I can do this, git commit-m added abc.txt file. What this command does, we already explained it, is it adds a commit to the Git history, which means it saves the changes, one or multiple files, on my local computer. Not yet GitHub, it's still on my local computer, and creates a so-called commit hash. Okay, now if I press enter, look what happened. It created the file and it created this so-called hash. This is a short hash. It created this code for these changes, for the change or changes, as it can be multiple files. And it added abc.txt inside the in the git commit history. Okay, now if I go do this, before that, I do git status. Yeah, excuse me. If I press get status, please use, if you have a question, please use Vibe Stage. Get status, then look what happened. This time get status is showing me a different result. Previously it said this one, and now it says the working tree is clean. Before get status showed I had one file. Now executing it again. Shows that the working tree is clean. We will get to what's working tree in just a minute. You need to understand what are branches in tree. The analogy of tree is very interesting. All right. So now if I press get log, it's going to show something this time. So if I execute the get log command, you will see the get s3. There we go. Now this is the get s3. So what does get s3 has? It has a lot of information that you need to know. So it has this git commit. Let me make it tidier so we can have space for everyone. So git commit, the author, the date. So git commit, the so the commit is this message that, oh sorry, this ID that is used for showing this information. I'll document everything here. So this is the commit ID that uniquely identifies the change, which is one or multiple files. And this is the how do we call it? What analogy can I give? Like the latest changes. Latest changes. Or the branch showing the latest changes. What's a branch? You'll get to know it in just a minute. And then we have, this is the name of the branch, soon to be discussed. But what it means right now, for your information, is like, it means one copy of the entire files in your Git, in your folder. That's it. And this is simple. This is all the, this is the name and email of your Git configuration on your system. And then this one is the git commit message that we used as git commit-m what was it? Added abc.txt file. So that's it. This is how Git S3 can be explained. We're getting out of the boring parts in just a minute. Sorry for this, but this is the type of education that I want to promote so that people can get there. You can get locked here if you don't know how to get out of here. In here, you need to type Q on keyboard to get out of here. Okay. So we are pretty much set in this level. We're getting very close to the end of Git commands and Git S3. Okay, I will come to the questions, I promise. I will come to the questions. Please push all your questions in Vibe stage. I have one more step to do and then a few more steps to do and then I'm done with the entire lecture of Git basics. Probably this is the most boring, the most confusing, the most complicated lecture in the entire day. The rest of them will be just like literally watching an AI agent writing code. So let's go to the next step. The next step is I'm not taking questions intentionally just so that this continuity of like Git basics are recorded in one go, in one chunk for later on, for later playback. Although I respect every single one of you guys. Like, look, nobody churned. That's a very good sign. Like nobody left the call, but because you guys are the top 2%. You're the actual soldiers. You're the pioneers of a technology that's going to change the face of the earth. And yet a lot of people are not thinking that they're missing something very important. Anyways, so I have created something here. Now, if I do git status, I don't see any change. If I press L, I see the ABC. But if I go to my repository and I press Command R to refresh the page, I still don't see the file here. Why? Because I didn't execute this upload feature. This upload feature is, thank you so much, guys. This upload feature is the command that I need to do in order to do this, git push. The moment I do git push, it basically uploads this entire file system to the system, which is just this differential. It's not the entire existing files. It's just that one small piece that is more kind of like extra added. It goes up to the cloud. So let's do that. I will push git push. Let me document it here. Okay. Now, where was my Notion page? Now I want to do the following things. So I want to execute this, git push, enter. Oops, it didn't pick my SSH key properly. Let me do a config. This won't happen for you guys. It happened for me because I have multiple SSH keys. This is an advanced topic, so therefore I'm gonna skip over it and do it very, very fast so that we don't pollute our tutorial so much. But you can watch me and I will not turn off the actual tutorial so that you can see how I do it. I'm not gonna spend too much time to pressure my brain on how to do a git config. This is how it's done. Can you please show me a git config so that I can put a git repository and an SSH key together in the config file? I have multiple SSH keys and multiple GitHub accounts. I have this one GitHub account that has a different SSH key. I want to do the configuration so that my git push do not ask me for my username and password and always use the SSH configuration. So it's a config file. I need to go and put something in there. So that is okay. That is done. This config file. So I know where it is. I'm going to use git here. I already have a lot of configs. And I'm going to add one more config that goes like this. It's not a part of the lecture, so you need to ignore that. So I'll call it Aemal test. It's GitHub, and then this is the file name that we have created last time inside the SSH folder. I can find it. I forgot the file name. Was it this one? I think so. Yeah, it was created today at 11 o'clock, so this must be the one. So I'm going to copy that file and paste it, but pay attention to this. This time it's without the dot. It's the private key that it says that you should use for this one. So, okay, this should have resolved my problem, which I saw after this git push thingy. And still. Oh, holy moly, I cloned it incorrectly. Again, another advanced feature. I don't want to dwell you guys. I didn't select here. I'm in dark mode. I had HTTPS selected when I gave the tutorial earlier. I should have had SSH selected, but my screenshots showed that when you do the git clone, it's not here, it's in the GitHub account. So when I said like when you do the git clone, here. So if you remember, I said like select SSH, but I was personally on HTTPS. That was wrong color for identifying which one is selected. Light colors for the disabled one. Bad UX GitHub. Now I'm gonna fix that and then continue our conversation. So I'm gonna take this, copy this. Is it the right one? Yep. This looks clean. Now if I do git push, it will use, this is the error that is supposed to not come. When I do this, I'll take a screenshot and put it here so it gives me the right configuration. Please fix the config. So that piece of config that goes in my folder, still not part of the lecture. It's an advanced, very advanced thing. So this config needs to have this piece of code here, right here. Where was my VS Code? Here. There we go. It was one small thing. Git push. Still gives me permission problem. Let me. I did change the git remote URL. You successfully authenticated. So this is good that it happened, and you can see that even complex things can be done with ChatGPT. It will resolve it. So git remote set URL. Maybe my set URL was not correct, so I'm just gonna re-execute that. It's the same thing. Yeah, let's do the final test. I'm anyways not intending to continue on this repository because the actual project, oh, that's running from the problem. I believe we didn't give, I know what's the problem. This doesn't have the chmod 600. So you can see here, it doesn't have the rights properly set. It just have like root folder. I believe that should have worked. There we go. No. Anyways, we don't want to prolong the recording because this is a pain to upload a very long recording. So what I want to do now is do a breakout room for you guys to try the GitHub commands that we have done so far. I will fix this problem and come back, or I will move it to my actual GitHub account. I'll stop the record. All right, so the solution was that we were using a different file name and GitHub was giving us a different file name and the config was a different file name. So it was just the SHKey local file name and the config in the GitHub config, git config was different. And then we did the push. Now the push works. Now if I explain it quickly, we have git push command that is taking time and uploading everything, basically all the changes that has been done since the last change. That's 219 kilobytes. And it saves it from the local main branch to the remote main branch. Now, if we go here and we command R, we'll see the change. What is it? This is the new file uploaded. Where? On the cloud of github.com. So now we got to know how to save files on GitHub. We need to know how to download files from GitHub. We partially did it by git clone, but there's another one called git pull. We will do that, and then we'll get to the complex part, which is git branching, git pull request, and then we're done with git. And what's the timer saying?
41 minutes.
41 minutes, perfect timing, perfect. So now, git branching is a little bit complicated. I will try to explain it in this analogy of trees. That's when the rest of them, or even git pull, will make sense. Otherwise, like when you keep pushing things, like for example, if I do xyz.txt and I put something in xyz.txt, and I do this git add dot, git commit added xyz.file, git push. It's going to save it there. If I refresh the page, you will see one more file here, git xyz. If I open it, you will see the xyz. If I'm one person using git, I should be using git anyways, anytime, all the time. But if I'm one person, git branches still is important, but you need to kind of like see it from a collaborative perspective. If you're building a project alone or you're building a project with multiple people, then the true benefit of Git branches will be realized. But if you're using it as a solopreneur, still you must use Git branches, especially this thing that we'll check pull requests, because this is important for keeping your code tidy, especially as a vibe coder. You are someone who don't know so much code, or as an AI native developer, you don't know code so much in detail. Keeping it tidy in these branches will allow you to go back to the place where something was working. So let's do a little bit of Git branches, and then we'll go and start doing things. So the way that you create a new branch is called like this: Git checkout-b and then a branch name. Let's call this branch 1, just as an example. Nothing so serious, branch 1. And then all of these branch 1, 2, 3, 4 will make sense once we start building our Samantha frontend after the lunch break. Now you will see what happened. So this Git branch 1 has a switch called B and as a name called branch 1. And pay attention to this and pay attention to this. So why am I not learning this tool very nicely? This and this. Okay, so what you see here is simply a command to create a new branch. That's basically for the first arrow. Very hard to understand. Okay, so that's for the first arrow. That's for the second arrow. That's for the third arrow. The fourth one is this one. And the fifth one. Let's describe all of them one by one. So the first one is a command to create new branches. That's it. And then the second arrow is the -b identifies that it is going to be a branch. It's a switch, and it's called a switch. And then branch 1, in this case, is the name of the branch. It can be a feature, for example, login page, or so on. And number 4, that main is the branch from where we derived or extended the branch. Now the number 5 is the name of the new branch where we are currently based. So this is a very, very important topic. My OCD brain on fire. Okay. So what do we have now? We have a simple branch that says branch 1. If I do this thing, I'm gonna speed up a little bit, okay? Nothing is there, that's fine. we're gonna create, we're gonna touch and create a resume.txt, okay? And we're gonna put something in resume.txt, and we'll put some, that's my resume. And if I do this, cat resume.txt, it's there, git push, git add, dot, git status, git commit, added resume.txt. If I push, now this is a little bit different. If this time I'm gonna git push, it will tell me something else. It's not gonna push immediately. Look, I'm in this branch and it's asking me to execute this. My current branch. And I should actually execute this command. Why? Because this way I create a new so-called stream. With this, I create a new branch on github.com. That's the whole concept of this. Like, it's asking me to execute this because with this command, I'm creating a branch on the upstream. Like, up means like the cloud stream. So until now, if I go to GitHub, if I refresh the page, you will see that there is only one branch. You'll see there's only one branch. Now, if I execute that command and then come back, I should see one more branch, which is branch 1. Here, I'm executing this. It's uploading everything. Here. After executing this command, I created a new branch on github.com. Now, what do I do next? If I go here and I just refresh, you can also see this one. You can see this, but you don't see it here. You need to refresh to see that. But you get the point. Like, it's now on the cloud server of github.com, and you should be able to see this new branch. All right, I think it's enough of this terminal thingy. We're gonna go to lunch break in about, how much time do we have for the timer?
32 minutes.
32 minutes. I will get to the questions in just a minute. We were very, very close. So I created this branch. Now, you see what happens is, like, if I select from this dropdown this branch, you'll see I have resume, but in the other branch I don't have resume. If I change that, no, I don't want to type Persian. All right, now this is basically the concept of the branching. So you can create like the entire copy of the entire copy. I will check do some tick check if the stream is running. Yep, we lost 2 people. The concept of the branch. Maybe they're Git gurus. Or they like to use Git GUI. Anyway, so we have main and we have branch 1. Now I'll take you to a little bit of a ride with me here. So there is one Git, let's say if that's time, that is time axis.
Change the screen on YouTube.
It's not.
Yeah, it doesn't change.
So you can
This is the
create,
4-hour
like,
problem. We're reaching to the 4-hour limit and it's giving me that problem.
branches, and then we'll go.
Anyway, so we have, yeah, it's that 4-hour problem. It either loses the screen sharing. You can see that now it lost the screen. Good, good, thank you. Please catch it just in 2 minutes. I will be wrapping it up. So now what we do is we have this one branch called main. This is kind of like our main mothership, main branch. And then in each branch, we have this little so-called commits. Each of these lines, imagine, is one commit containing multiple changes of files. We can always go and see them when we type git log. When you type git log, you basically see all of these git commit histories. This is a missing feature in Excalidraw, that it does not have this command D feature like Figma. It can kind of like keep going. But anyways, now when we do a git checkout, what happens is you do this thing. When I say git checkout -b, and I give it a name, call it branch 1, basically I'm creating a new timeline from there onwards. Not from there, but from everywhere here onwards. Obviously not having the until there. So imagine if I created the GitHub, the checkout always goes like straight down there. It's not a little bit with angle. It's like literally until there, when the commits were like literally from that commit to the other commit. And then imagine if I did some changes, like literally these changes came inside this Git branch. I will use just some colors in order to identify which changes happen to which branch. Let's use this blue color for this branch 1. You can have like multiple branches. That's what I want to explain. And then when I am done with changes, then I put it back as a so-called PR or pull request. I put it back to this system, to the main branch with a PR, a pull request. Now, at the same time that I'm doing this, so you can imagine now these commits are coming. There's another concept called squash, which means like put all of these into one commit, but let's go with the simple mode, with the normal mode. So these blue ones happen in branch 1. That's fine. So literally these ones belongs to branch 1. For short, let's call it B1 so that we can save some time, some space. Now, what happens is I can have like multiple of these ones, right? At the same time, or maybe a couple of days later, I checked out another one from where I left here, and I did the same thing, but now I called it B2, a branch 2. And then I put it back to the system with a so-called pull request. Now, what can happen is if I'm alone, I can do these branches one by one by one. But when it gets complicated is that like this branch and this branch keeps growing at the same time. I don't do the pull request of this one here. I do the pull request of this one somewhere here. I keep working on it a little bit farther. Here, something like this. Something like this. I keep doing more commits. And then what happens is there is a little bit of overlap, as we can see here. These commits don't match, therefore this causes a so-called git conflict. And how to know this, like literally these commits and these commits, they may not match. These are very advanced commits from branch B2 branch. So when they don't match, then it creates a git conflict. So if they collide, then it can create a git conflict. So it's very advanced. I'm sure you guys will never get there, but it's good to see that that it can get that complicated. Okay, so I believe I'm pasting it in the wrong place. Yeah, I've been pasting it the whole time in the wrong place. Okay, we're done with Git basics. We will resume as soon as we are, I think from here onwards it can go to the next one. I will quickly, please don't leave everyone. I will quickly do the it's okay, I'll also take this. I will quickly do the I will answer questions. We have a lot of questions unanswered, so I will do that in just a minute. Let me fix this, otherwise I will forget to do this. There you go. I think we're good to go. There we go. This is fixed. Let's answer the questions and then we go for our lunch break. So I reached downstairs. Thank you. You're with us now. Don't forget Git status. We already covered that. Super base setup steps shown in Notion is not showing how to add embeddings in the table. Would appreciate if detailed steps can be shown. Embeddings are not added from anywhere else but the, let's quickly take you there and show you where the embeddings are happening. It's on the N8N workflow. So the embeddings are happening up there to the cloud of Mr. Sam Altman. So when we do ingestions, this is where the embeddings are happening. And it comes back, and then this is the magic box that takes care of embeddings or storing it in the database. You create git ignore? Yes, we will. Maybe you are using wrong key. That was resolved. It was a wrong key name, not wrong key, but wrong key name in the config, not somewhere else. Git remove status. This was done. This was done. Okay, wonderful. Then we are pretty much set, pretty much pumped. A whole lot of terminal basics and Git basics are done today in a matter of, what time is it right now? 1 p.m. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 4 hours. Ha ha ha, non-stop. Even I didn't leave this chair. So we'll see each other in about 1 hour. Yesterday we got 30 minutes of a break. It was a little bit less, especially for us to do a little bit more social, get social. And today we'll do it 1 hour. So it's 1 p.m., almost 1 p.m. now. Let's see each other at 1:50. So at 1:50 p.m. CEST, we'll see each other again. Bye, 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 bye. So this is a little family I have built online, and you guys are the top 2% of that. Serena, I just read literally 5-10 minutes earlier, read about your story. I'm sorry to hear that your daughter was not feeling well. I hope she's doing now good. Tell us more about that.
I mean, part of being a parent, this is how it goes, but nothing serious. She's fine. It's just, it was quite, it was a lesson in resilience, right? Because I had these plans of attending. I couldn't do it, but then I just like, I tried to tell myself the story of like, this can be an excuse, or I'm just going to do it and finish it. And I thought that the pace for yesterday was great because around 2 a.m. I could actually finish, and I had like the same result as you guys did. So
oh yeah,
that was amazing. Yeah.
Nice. It was like literally discovered the whole. This was my first time doing it. I've never done it before, online like this. I said like, okay, let's go as the flow takes us. So since you didn't face a blocker, that's a very good plus point about this method that we started.
I might have some questions, but
yes, ask.
That's for the later part.
You know how to how to ask questions. Go to vibestage.aemalsire.com. You ask it. I will. Since now we are on Google Meet, I will also, if the question needed more declaration, I will also let you guys unmute your microphone and then ask the question. But before you do that, you gotta let me know upfront so that I can switch the screen sharing from full screen sharing to one tab so that the stream can listen to your voice. Otherwise, the stream won't be. But this recorder that I'm running on my laptop, it will capture your voice regardless of one tab being shared or the entire screen. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Serena. You have a very motivational story, and I'm looking forward online to see your story developing even further, and looking forward to see what you're going to build. That's the most important part of it. Let's give a quick round of introduction to everyone, starting from Serena. Please tell us, what do you do, where you're based, how can you help others, and what kind of help do you need from others?
Thank you for the possibility to do this, actually, and I guess like a big thank you to you for all this effort, because I was just like constantly in shock of like how you can stay focused and how like you're really literally a machine on doing all these documentation in the meantime. This is just like a lesson in how to actually do it, and also very useful live debugging. So I've learned so much, and to take it to me a bit, I'm not like from a technical background as you guys are probably. I just like have maybe some HTML, CSS experience. Currently, I am with my hands deep in an AI project. I work for Ask UI as a senior account executive. And what we do is we do automation across devices powered by AI. And we have a very cool product. You can definitely check it out. And really, I thought that N8N is such a good addition to our workflow. So I'm really trying to get better at N8N, and really like the whole vibing cursor mood has gotten me thinking that I should probably continue a little bit with my coding skills, because the future is just so open and it's such an opportunity. And
wonderful.
It's to grab. So yeah.
Wonderful. And where are you based?
I'm in Bayern right now, but we're remote first. So like the company is in Berlin, so we might actually meet for coffee.
Sure,
I
sure,
really
absolutely.
pondered on.
We have a really good coffee machine at CIC. I love promoting CIC because they're giving all these, sponsoring all this space and everything, and they're such cool guys. CIC is an American company called Cambridge Innovation Center. They just took over this building from Factory Berlin, and they're doing a great job in rebuilding the community. I've been a member of Factory Berlin for 7.5 years, and now CIC a couple of months now, 3-4 months, since February, March, I started here. But never mind. Thank you so much, Serena. Since you have a motivational story behind that, and you're building also in public, I'm looking forward to what you build, what kind of products you build, and stay tuned on that on LinkedIn. Let's go to the next person. Please, let's keep it very, very short, like 1 minute, 2 minute max, to make sure that we get back on track, because today, right now, my parents are on the way to Berlin. They're coming all the way from US. Well, I need to be home as soon as I can. So let's be very, very fast. Derson, you already talked. Maybe Emery, you can go, and then Alf, and then we can go on.
I can go. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Imradita. So I mostly dealing with AI voice agent. I'm also a member of AI voice community. I recently discovered Aemal's very good materials. So I'm inspired to go on the right footing stage, and I'm also part of one of his first cohort. I'm developing a healthcare system for post-visit tracking. It's based on several tech stack. I won't go into details, and I'm very excited for this workshop. I dedicated my whole weekend for that. So it's very hard as being a father. I cannot help my wife. Same struggle as you have, Aemal, I suppose. So yeah, till now I'm very enjoying the materials. But however, it's very, very exhausting, to be honest, but it's very true, and it's very deeply clarified by all the steps. So it's absolutely amazing. Thank you, Aemal.
You're welcome. Thank you. Derson?
I'm Derson. I'm based now in the Netherlands. My background is mainly being on the commercial side for technology. I've been working the hardware part. I just started the technical support, but mainly, hardware and hard drive, network card, but in the server. And then I ended up in the software part, but I never been a developer. So now what I want to do is become a builder, especially for business. And my biggest intention is try to build a product. I've been doing by myself, learning by, but it's very time consuming. And then I saw this, I pop up, see this initiative that you are running, Aemal. I didn't know before. It's my first time, and I think it's amazing. But as Emre said, is very hardworking. You sit down and trying to avoid many invites of people, maybe, trying to pull you out. But this is the only time that you can put it, or otherwise it's very difficult to be focused.
Yeah, true.
Especially in a row, 10 hours or 7 hours, right?
Exactly. I'm sorry to put you guys through that, but it's for that 16 years old of myself. I really wouldn't be proud if we can teach that 16-year-old in a rural village of any country. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, amazing job.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Alf, we met in Berlin. You're based in Austria.
Hi.
Where's your camera, my friend? You look really good.
Oh, that's a really old picture. A little bit funny. Yeah, I'm based in Vienna. My passion is to automate everything I can. And Aemal is a super great guy making super interesting workshops. And yes, I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
I'm
Anurag.
also working on voice agents, but we have a lot of other projects. And this coding stack from today is very similar to our coding stack. We are working with 8 people for half a year on this, and we are now in a position to have a prototype and go on from this.
Nice. Wonderful. Anurag.
Hi, Aemal.
Hi, Anurag.
Hi. So I'm based out of India, And
Which city?
I have.
Which city?
Yeah, I'm in Delhi.
In Delhi, nice capital city. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I have gone through a lot of materials on YouTube about studying anytime, but I could not find the material which you are teaching. So I could not find the end-to-end flow, like explaining each and every part of the flow, the notes which we are learning in this session. So I would say it is very helpful. I would say, and even the material is, I would say it is free. That is like you can't get it anywhere. So I think a big thanks to you that you are doing so much contribution for us. And also I'm actually working in the healthcare domain. So I'm trying to implement the flows where we can automate things and we can streamline the flows. So that's what I'm looking at.
That's wonderful.
And thank you, Aemal.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. David.
Hey, hi, Aemal. Nice to meet you. I'll see you on the Google Meet. I'm based in New York City.
Oh yeah,
so
I read that message. Yeah. I read that message. So sweet. It must have been very, very early for you when you woke up yesterday.
Yeah. I got up at actually 2 a.m., right? So and normally I go to bed at 2 a.m. So needless to say, I haven't slept yet.
Oh. David, write me a LinkedIn message. Remind me to connect you with Sandeep. Sandeep, or short for Sandy, is based in New York City, and he is also doing these AI automations. And he came to Berlin for the N8N Fest, the festival we had, and he wants to do these workshops and these activities in New York City. I would love to connect you guys, and then you discover if you want to do something in New York City or not.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks for that. I'll definitely message you about it.
Sure.
I actually messaged you earlier about another issue with Notion. But anyhow, getting back to it. Initially, I was in corporate America doing the entire thing, and of course, I decided, you know what, this is the best way to get involved in AI. So I'm freelancing. I'm an independent contributor, and I've developed a small program called an emergency response management system around a voice AI, right? So I actually came to meet you via Max from the N8N community.
Yeah, a good friend.
And, you know, I spoke with him a very long time on LinkedIn. And of course, we connected with each other. And then I started seeing you popping up on my feed. I'm like, who is this guy?
New Max.
So then I went to your channel and I listened to a couple of your tutorials.
I'm not as charming and as sweet as Max, but I'm trying to. I'm learning from him a lot.
No, not just your personality, but you have a way of disseminating information.
Thank you.
And teaching. You have a very good skill set there.
Thank you.
You know,
I've never discovered it until March this year. In March this year, I said, like, let me restart my career. Let me see what I can do. I can teach people so that I can take some pictures. And I put it on my LinkedIn because I want to do content marketing. And it turned out to be like my full-time gig now.
I can definitely tell who has that skill because my mom is a teacher.
So
I can tell you you have a gift. You do have a gift.
I always love teaching and showing what I've built, but never thought about it coming like this. And something big is being baked, and soon we're going to announce it. I'm starting a new company around this, and hopefully it's going to be one of the successes. Because I have done 5 companies before. My agencies made a little bit of money, but my startups all failed. 3 startups failed. So this time it's not a startup, it's an agency, but hopefully it's going to work much, much better than the other ones. So not in the financial, obviously that's a side effect, but in the scale side so that I can teach a lot of more people and things like that. Correct. Wow, cool, David.
Like you, I have that resilient story because I'm originally from the Caribbean.
Oh, nice.
So, you know, but we don't want to get into that. But thanks again for being here.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for your stories. It's so inspiring. And I think I just, when you guys were talking, and I just thought about this one idea that I think I'm gonna come with a different format, something that kind of like hangout format, like we do nothing but just kind of like hang out and then talk about our cool stories and what we have built, show kind of like coffee with Aemal or something that we can do that might be a kind of a time slot for all these cool stories, because I really can relate with every single one of you, and I want to actually do that even more. But since we are now starting the track, since I said something about Emory, and I said Emory is a part of my first cohort, I want to talk to you guys about cohort. What is this cohort thing about? So that you don't feel like excluded. It's not a sales pitch. To be honest, the first time when I did the first cohort announcement a month ago, I was feeling so bad because I'm pushing all this free content, and then I realized that, damn, I don't want to do sales. Money is the last thing I want to be worried about. But then I saw how this entire setup that we are putting in place, especially this first cohort we put in place is working. And then I said, well, let's do it every month then. What is a cohort is like, it's a closed group of people that we're putting together. And I only can do 10 people in 1 month. Every first Sunday of the month, my cohort starts. I'm announcing cohort number 2. It's a month-long boot camp where I'll teach everything I know about product development. Obviously not the 23 years. I won't teach you Visual Basic 6, which I learned in 2001, but everything else. It's a 1-month intensive course. It's going to kick off in one day. Like that kickoff day will be like an intensive day like this, where we will do a lot of hands-on, set up the things and go through the entire setup that you need in order to start your month. Then there will be weekly reviews every single Sunday for 90 minutes. We will do the weekly reviews. So since we have like only 10 people in the cohort, everyone gets like at least 10 minutes of time to present what they have done during the week. And there will be a closed WhatsApp group. So you can ask me, you will have unlimited access to me on that WhatsApp group. Emory is on the call. That's good that we have at least someone who can talk about that unlimited thing. It's not a brag, it's not a scam. It's true, it is unlimited, but with an ethical use case. So you can like literally hire me to do it for like literally for, where's something is wrong with, no, this is going well. So it's not unlimited. That means like 50 hours a week. It's unlimited. You can send all the questions you have. I'll get to it as soon as I can. But I also don't do this full time. It's not my full-time gig. It's my passion, what I'm doing. That unlimited access has this little asterisk next to it. So you need to kind of like make sure that you're not abusing that. And it's fully online, so it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. And you can like literally join with an internet access, and you should be able to learn. The entire focus of the cohort is N8N and vibe coding. That's it. I'll teach you everything what we did in the past 2 days, but in a very, very intensive way, in a way that in 1 month you will build an actual product. And the peer pressure will push you forward to build that product during that 1 month. And that's pretty much it. All right, so let's go to our course. Yes. No, ask me. What do you want?
What's the difficulty?
So what's your question?
What's the difficulty of this 1 month?
So you mean what's the requirement, the prerequisite of?
Yeah, why I'm asking, because, for example, the pace we are doing, it's, for example, for me it's slow because I know what's GitHub, I know some basics. So just trying to understand, is it the same or is it faster? Like,
so there is no requirement for this course. You need to know the base, like the requirement for this workshop is the requirement for this bootcamp. But what we found out is that if we already have a lot of registrations, something around, I think 15 or something. I don't want to do it on a first come, first serve basis. I review my applications a couple of days before the start of the cohort. But if it didn't work out for someone, for an applicant in one cohort, it means that another cohort is waiting for him or her because of the background. There are certain questions in this Google form that will help me in my research on putting people, like the LinkedIn profile is very important. Like somebody asked me that, why do you want to get my LinkedIn profile? I said, you're out. Because I want to know who you are. I want to deal with people, not with robots. And then all these questions with these stars will help me kind of like put the right people in the right cohort so that we can move fast. And it's kind of like the same caliber people in the cohort. Since it's my second time doing it, I'm kind of learning. I think, Emery, you guys didn't have these questions when you applied through the Google form.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like now trying, from Emery's cohort, I found out that, okay, it makes sense that we don't put like very, very beginners with very, very experts. And if the whole cohort is expert, and then I can go super fast and we can cover a whole lot of new topics. Those 90 minutes for the next 3 weeks that we have, so it's going to be 3 times 90 minutes, 1 time 10 hours, and every day asynchronously on WhatsApp. And what we started with Emery, with first group, is daily stand-up meetings. So for 15 to 20 minutes, everybody joins a call, and then they say, I worked on this, I worked on this.
Can you say, is it individual projects? Or?
Everybody works individually. The question was, just for the microphone, the question was, is this individual projects? Yes, it's individually. Every single person works on their own project. They can join projects, like, for example, Anna and I think Anna is, Emery, do you know if Anna and Mary are joining the project? They are going to build the projects together, or what?
I'm not aware of that. I think Mary and Anna has different projects.
Yeah. And there is one important note here, please. I'm willing to help people. I want to give scholarships up to 100%. If somebody cannot afford it, then you need to prove that approach to me. If somebody is watching this video later and they want to relate that to my story, my start as with this picture, we didn't have money to paint or weld a chair, but we had money to buy that Visual Basic 6 book and 2 computers, a Pentium 3 and a 486. This is me, by the way. If you're not that, this guy is me. If you didn't watch this part of the video yesterday. So I can provide a scholarship. So I'm actually looking to give the scholarships away so that I can have a storyline build, but obviously not for someone who's working. That's why I want to know your LinkedIn, so I see where you're working. It's not that you make, I don't know, good income and then still you're applying for the scholarship. Anyways, let's go to the work. Any other question? Then you can use this vibe stage thingy, okay? This is working. Wonderful. So what do we have in front of us? We have Git basics that we have nailed it down. Like literally a lot of content went into this. I have never ever taught Git basics this much. I should say, like, still there's a lot to it. I encourage you guys to learn more from the internet on Git. I will try to do some more content if needed, but it's a big software. It has a lot of features. It can be very, very comprehensive. So what we're going to do next is, first we're going to do Vibeflow. Vibeflow is my software. It's not a software. It's an open source GitHub repository with a few setting files, a few setup files that you will now try to put it on your computers, which allows three little, let me explain what is Vibeflow. Let me quickly go through the rest of the day. So we do Vibeflow, which is a setup of 3 AI agents together, working together to generate code, Cursor, Claude Code, and TaskMaster. That will be the setup of our project, our GitHub repository for generating this interface for Samantha that will allow us to capture a LinkedIn URL and some notes, and then that will be sent to the workflows that we have created yesterday. And then we're going to do the build voice notes for front end. Like this will be just the front end, nothing else, not the back end integration, just the front end. And we already did some work on the front end here. Dorson asked, what is it going to be? And then we kind of like took a small detour and we did this front end. This is kind of going to go into that moment. Everything will stay in the front end, like literally on the UI. We won't build or integrate with our backend integrations yet, so that we follow that isolated, simplified examples first. And then we go with this one, integrating the ingestion pipeline first, and then the query pipeline. And that should be the end of this story. And with the amount of what do you call it, details that I think this setup Vibeflow brings on the table, I'm so much confident that this whole thing will work in one shot, like literally in one prompt. It should work, because we are building like really complex things. By we, I mean my 6-year-old son and I are having a little dad and son time most of the time. When he comes back, he used to come back from kindergarten. I cannot even comprehend that the day before yesterday he graduated from kindergarten. He is going to school in a month. So his name is Ashkan. His short name is Ash. And we are building all these cool games. And this is all the product of this coding, the Vibeflow. I'd like to show you guys this one thing that we did, which is an amazing thing. And I mistakenly built this in a time for him that was a bad idea that I did. I need to disconnect one of these cameras. Which camera is that? This camera, I think it's this camera. So I built this game for him at 9 a.m. or something. And this was a bad idea because what happened was he started playing this game for, I don't know, 2 hours, and he was so tired. So it is the old school game. It's using APIs from MediaPipe, and this is how it works. Oops, shoo, nee. So when I move my body, it moves the pattern ball like this. And I don't know game programming, but I know that in Visual, even not in Visual Basic 6, but in C, it was C++, I think. I built this game long time ago when I was doing DIT, Diploma in Information Technology, and ITech Degree College in Peshawar City. There we go, I lost. But you get the point. Like, I don't know shit about game programming and collision detection and so on and so forth. But this thing was built in one prompt. So it's complex, it's engaging for kids. It's like, literally, it was like shouting, it's 11 p.m. And I was like, oh my God, I need to take it easy. Next time I'm gonna do it during the day. It's not nice. So that was that. I'm not sure if you guys can see what I am sharing. I hope.
How you did that? Can you tell us?
I just asked this system that built me the system that we're gonna build, my system, yeah, the Vibe Flow. So Vibe Flow is now going to be installed on your computers. So because this setup is so concisely doing this concept called context engineering. Can I get the key, please? Otherwise, I'll forget it, the key. So this concept called context engineering, and it's let's take a step back. Why do ChatGPT or Gemini or better Claude Code, not Claude Code, but Claude, the Anthropic LLM, why do they hallucinate? Why do they generate code that you don't like to really debug and throw it away? It's because of the context. If you don't give a clear context to an LLM, they're going to hallucinate. And what this Vibe Flow setup does, it creates like a specific context for it. It puts it together very closely. It's nothing magical that I've done. You'll see it in a minute, but it's using under the hood this amazing tool that I discovered a couple of months ago. I was like literally giving a Vibe coding masterclass. I provide my setup in two different setups, like two different formats: a masterclass and a workshop. What we are doing today. A workshop is hands-on. You execute it on your own, and the format of the workshop is usually with tables, as you saw in all the pictures that I've shown before, and we have champions and so on. And those champions come in and join me a week before, and I teach them how to do the entire workshop, and then they help the others during the workshop. Usually that setup really works. But there is another setup called Masterclass, which I do, in this one I did it, I think. This is also a Masterclass, this is another Masterclass. But in this one, I did a vibe coding Masterclass, where literally the night before this masterclass, I got to know and learn about this project. This was 1 month ago. It was in May 27th, so 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I got to know about TaskMaster, and it was like a night before this event happening. Like literally the entire thing is recorded here. You can see somewhere that I'm stuck because there is a bug in this thing in TaskMaster, and this is the first encounter that I had with the TaskMaster. What you will see is here the magic that happened. The world pays back to those amazing projects. At the time, they were like 2 months old, I think. They had 10,000 GitHub stars. And look at this, how many GitHub stars they have today. 9,500 more GitHub stars. And they deserve to grow bigger and bigger. And I wish them good luck with this new thing that they already launched it. Yeah, they launched it, I think. They were working on something new, and I think they launched it. Look at that. They built an NPM package, but they were working on some software as a service company or something. But anyways, what is TaskMaster? Let's go and start discovering it. Before I do that, I usually give the gratitude to open source projects that they do. Like this is 100% JavaScript project. So I've been writing JavaScript for 17 years, and I feel so comfortable and loved with JavaScript projects. What it is, you'll know it in just a minute. Let's see how cool and how big the community and how fresh this product is. The whole next hour or so, you'll get to know what TaskMaster is. That part will come along. And then the project itself seriously started somewhere around 16th of March. So that takes us to, like, I don't know, how many months is that? 4 months old project and 19,000 GitHub stars, and I don't know, that many 360 closed issues and so many post requests. They cannot see the screen. Okay. It's the reverse side. Vibe stage is gonna take that very soon. And okay, I would like to take a very small break to pick this call. Supposedly it is important. Oops.
It's connected.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah. So, sorry for the interruption. Let me quickly check this.
Noise cancellation is.
No, it's turned off. It's down there. It's gonna be alright. this other iPhone is connected, it makes this issue. There we go. We're back online again. Sorry for the interruption. And we are starting in just a minute. What was the thing about noise cancellation?
It is not on, I think. I can hear the keyboard noise and this thing.
Oh, I see. It's a different microphone. I have to fix that. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so let me change the microphone source. No, this is correct. No. Yeah, can you hear? Let me know if you hear the microphone noise cancellation again. Holy moly! Now you're gonna be stuck with my face for this video feed for the rest of the session, because if I stop the session, it creates a new live event, and that's not nice. I can on the fly change this. Oh, it says you can switch. You can switch, yeah. So limitation of the Riverside. Anyways, so what we were talking about is Vibe Flow in TaskMaster. TaskMaster is an amazing project right now. It's growing super fast. What it does is basically task management. Imagine like this, that it is an AI agent that talks to another AI agent, and this AI agent is the product manager, and the other AI agent is the coding manager. So we'll have two AI agents working together. So let's do this whiteboard session here a little bit. So imagine if you're building a product, you have two roles. Product manager knows everything about product, and then there is this software engineer that is running all the software for you. And then usually the product manager explains everything to the software engineer, kind of like in tickets, explain things. And then the software engineer builds it and then updates the tickets or provides updates on a daily basis. That's exactly how it's going to be. The product manager will become TaskMaster. And then the software engineer will become the Claude Code in our case. Either it's going to be Claude Code or Cursor, but we will use like 95% of the time Claude Code. So let's go to the execution time. There will be 1 to 3 steps coming soon. First, let me take you to all the details there. Since you're going to now build the front end, or at least after configuration, we'll build it. So go ahead and create the first repository in your GitHub. I will call my repository and I'll keep it public because this will become the open source repository that we will use for this project for the rest of the time. I'm going to give it a very nice name, Samantha. So Samantha Lead Gen is the project that is coming from the course. This is going to be Samantha voice notes, something like that. No, that's a different account I had. So I'm going to keep it public, and I'm going to give it a very nicely nice description. Maybe I can bring this description from here. Okay, I just create the project. That's step number 1, 2, 3. So we already covered these in the Git basics. So I'm not going to tell you what to do, where to click, and things like that. So it's all the same thing. I'm going to clone it here in my I have somewhere, I think, folder. Samantha. In this folder, I will clone it so that it can be downloaded on my computer. It's now there. Samantha voice notes. Okay. Now, what do you do next is a little bit of clunky process that is going to be optimized in the coming weeks, so to say, which will be the part of the CLI I'm working on for Vibeflow, or the part of command line interface. I'm going to work on a solution where you write npx Vibeflow, and then at enter, it works off the shelf and then it does everything. It's not yet done. It's the future that will replace all the steps that we are going to do in next few steps. Okay. So step number 1, these are all your steps to do now, is go to, how's that called? Here. Step number 1 is to go here. I'm gonna share the link here on the. There we go. You go there. Step number 2 is where's that? Here. Let me think about the directories. So you click here, and then click here. Make sure that you select this one. So click, click, click. It's all clicks. Actually, step number 1 of this was creating the repository, but in cloning it in your system, I think I will just do that like this. Okay. So once you do that, then you clone it somewhere else in your file system. I'm going to do it just like outside this repository that I have cloned. I'm going to document it here because it's a little bit of a confusing thing. So this is the repository that you want to create. Get out of there. This is the repository that you cloned here, something like that. So this is the repo we built for our project. We got out of the repo on a folder, and then we cloned the Vibeflow repository, currently called Claude Code boilerplate, soon to be renamed to Vibeflow. The reason I want to rename it to Vibeflow is because it's gonna have more than what it has right now. Right now it has Claude Code, but it's soon gonna have more stuff, so it doesn't make any sense to tie the name only to Claude Code. Okay. Now, once you get that project here, then you go in and then type cd Claude Code and then hit enter and then open dot. So you need to do this and then do this. When you do this, it will open a folder here for you. And then in here, press Command plus Shift plus dot in here. With this, you basically, with this, you show the hidden files in Mac OS. For Windows, you need to Google how to do it yourself. So when I do that, I see all these hidden files. All of these files are hidden files. You see they are grayed out. Okay. Now we go back here and then we type cd dot dot, enter, and then cd, go to your actual project. And then hit enter, open like that. So first happens this, then you go inside that folder, and then you open that thing. So here, go one level up, go to the folder of your project, and then open it in, how is that called, file browser or something like that? File Explorer, I think. Open it, just open it is enough. Okay. So that happens, then you get this. Doom. Now you have a situation like this where you need to copy all of them from the other one and not select that one. So it goes like this. Oops. Unselect.git folder, copy the rest of the files, paste them in this repo folder, in your repo folder. So I'm going to do that. This is all the steps that is going to be done with that CLI that I'm going to build in a couple of weeks, so that you write one line of code and then boom, 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 all of these features are done. And there we go. So it should look something like this. I believe that you guys are following because I'm taking this time to do the documentation, which is kind of like hitting two birds with one stone. We produce the Notion with screenshots that we can go back to, and also you guys get the time to follow along. Alrighty, now that's done. I am done, like literally I'm done. Like, after this, it's talking to the AI agent. So now, type cursor dot, no, wait a minute, there's one more stuff to do. It's a Docker container, so we need to think about that in a minute. But before, type cursor dot, it opens your cursor. Well, this doesn't work for you. This is a spatial setup that you need to do. So I'll show you how to do it the vanilla way, not this spatialized way. You can chat GPT and find out how to do it. But it will just prolong our course for no reason, and we'll lose time. So open this folder in chat, in cursor. Open that folder in cursor. I'll just document it here. Open your repository in cursor. And then what you see is a notification like that in there. We need to capture that just as soon as it opens. Otherwise, that notification goes away. Well, you won't see this notification because you don't have that extension installed yet. Not seeing the screen again.
No, screen is working. Maybe from earlier.
I need to put a timestamp on that feature. Oh no, it stopped. Oh, this is the other one. It's an old one. No, the screen is working. Okay, so what do we do next is okay. You need to install an extension. The extensions are here, and the extension you need to install is called div containers, or div container, or div containers. Or you press Command Shift X, or click that button, and type this thing. Is it internet or is it what? Why the things are not coming in? Not coming. I need to restart my cursor. Okay, so yeah, this we'll come to it later on. So you click this and then div containers. Yep. So click here, type this. Was it Command Shift X or what was this? Yeah, Command Shift X. And here, Command Shift X brings the extension. And once it's there, then click on Install. Okay, that happens. Then that's it. This part is done. Now, there are two ways to do it. I will show you. Okay, after this, right away, leave it as it is. Let's go to a website called Docker install whatever. Yeah. So let's go to open Docker desktop and then click on download Docker desktop. Okay. So that's done. You will. I pushed myself into a thing that I should do to the end. I already have it installed, so I cannot kind of like jump over it and say like do it for yourself. But let me take you to the level when it is hurting to install something, and I may break, but I have it installed. I believe the installation steps will not take too much time. So I'm gonna quickly go through the questions so far. Not seeing your screen. Can we just use cursor? Do we use Anthropic key and Claude? Coming to the keys in Anthropic key, we do need both Anthropic key and Perplexity key, API keys. Good afternoon, Aemal. I stuck in importing SQL code into the table for Supabase. What can I do? Does it have to copy a SQL string? Okay, can you please reach out to me on LinkedIn? I cannot address that yesterday's question today. Good afternoon, Aemal. Okay, same question. Alrighty, so once you have downloaded the file, the Docker file, it should be like this, and then you can open it and install it and do all the things. Eventually, you should see something like this. You should see something like, not with that container in it, it should be something like this. So now I'll give a breakout room of like 2 minutes to maybe 5 minutes so that you guys can catch up and install your Docker containers. And then we'll go on to the next step. Let's say 3 minutes.
So have you already described what that task management tool that you have already in your videos? Have you already explained what's that and how?
What's coming next?
Next. And didn't use cursor, just cursor, and you mix these two together.
I'll also cover that as a part of the agenda. Okay. Anyone still blocked? Is everybody okay with their Docker installation? Installing, I'll give a little bit more time then. That's Docker. That's Docker, yeah. When your computer fan turns on, that means you're running Docker.
I turned it on because previously it was in efficiency quiet mode, and suddenly it started feeling like slow, lagging. Now I switched it to performance mode. Now it's performing.
Okay, you can catch up for the next breakout room. I will continue just for the sake of content, and I believe the others have already installed Docker container. So what you need to do now is leave the Docker container running on one side, and then open your cursor, considering the fact that you have installed dev containers. And let's first do the API key integrations first, and then we'll do the div container so that it can create the div container thing here. So you have this API key, open your project in cursor, copy this, and let me do this step as well for you. Copy paste it and rename it to just .env. Right click rename. So basically copy this into that env file inside cursor. And then copy paste your API keys in here. So this doesn't need Docker container. You can follow these steps. Okay. So then open your project in cursor. This is step number 1. Step number 2 is copy this file, paste it, and rename it to .env. And then get an Anthropic API key and paste it here. And get a Perplexity API key and paste it here. Check the next screenshot for the steps on how to get these API keys. So we'll do in the next screenshot on how to get these API keys in just a minute, because they're in a menu somewhere that might be helpful if I explain where to get it from. All right, so now we need those two API keys. One is Anthropic, one is Perplexity. So let's go get the Anthropic first. It's something called Anthropic console. Let me find the URL and then I'll paste it in here. For obtaining Anthropic key, open this URL. Then click here and then click here. It's just like click, click. And then default, give it a name. All right, so this is done. Now we get the API key. When we do this, test not sure which one to select, but it's just a workspace, it doesn't matter. And then click on copy and bring it here and paste it inside your cursor. Okay. And same thing we do for Anthropic. Sorry, for Perplexity. Where is it? Here, API keys. Why does it not show anything? Okay, go here. I have to delete all of them, otherwise it would be too much. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and bring it here in my Perplexity here. Make sure that you have copied the API keys in the .env file properly. Once you've done that, then comes the next step. You save it. This is the important step. You have the Docker container running. So you have two ways to do this step. Command-Shift-P. Press Command-Shift-P. Then type or select open files and dev container thingy. This one.
So there is
then
no free, yeah? In Perplexity, we need to add credit cards?
Yes.
You already bought it?
I have Perplexity.
You can use my key for now. I'll put my key there, but my keys, you can use them. You have Anthropic key?
Anthropic, I just created. He did not ask for anything.
Yeah. Anthropic was free, but Perplexity, probably not.
You guys can use this. I will delete them anyways. I just pasted it there. Just use it for now. Okay, so now what I do is I go to my cursor. I have everything running. I have my container running. I press Command-Shift-P. Press Command plus Shift plus P. That's basically step number 1. Step number 2 is to select this. Which one? This one. Or also type it if you can't select it. And then once you do that, then you get to select the folder. Your repo folder. And then click open. There's a step I want to make sure that you get it. Click your repo folder and then it will reopen this entire thing. And click on this little link so that you can see the console. And it's running right now. It's doing all the setup and everything. And if you see the container, then it's building this container. So see the console. All these script is generating this container and these files. So keep an eye on this one. The console, the generated files by this.
So you pay €30 or $20 per month, right?
The generated files by Vibeflow. And this is the generated container. Generated container by this Vibeflow script. Okay, this is done. Now, for future users. For now, you can use it for future users. If I forget to delete this part, don't use it after 27th July. It's only for you guys, right now, for you.
Okay.
For today, you can use it.
Okay.
But I will delete it later so that people don't charge me hundreds of thousands of euros.
You can't delete it now, I think we copied it.
Maybe someone else from the online stream they're still catching up. So what happened right now is the script ran here, like literally. You can keep an eye on this final thing that it said successfully done. And you can keep an eye on all these files it generated and also this container it created. So this script, this Vibeflow, is putting everything together in one go, which would take you a lot of time to build it in the first place. Now, make sure that you see this success message. And then there's one more step to do in order to make sure that you have installed it correctly on your system. That other step is the following step. So in your cursor, click on this button. It will take you to a new terminal. I think I can do this now full screen. Okay, so you are here, you click on this plus button, or you go to terminal, click on new terminal. Well, you get it. I don't need to do this much. Should we install apps even of Fuse Cloud version? I don't know what does that mean. Please re-ask your question. I don't know what this apps cloud version. I don't understand that question. Please ask it again. You use an alternative for Spotlight search. What piece of software is that? I'm not sure. The Spotlight search is the Spotlight search. Like this is the Spotlight search. Perhaps you're talking about this one. This is Arc browser. I need to rewatch the video, follow steps and Vibeflow setup with ChatGPT. Now just keep watching. Okay, that's good. Then I can go faster.
And what's the bit after select?
I don't know this error. This needs to be. Maybe your Docker daemon is down. Like Docker daemon is down. This means like this Docker is not running, like right now running. The person was referring to Alfred for Mac. I don't know this project called Alfred. Okay, so this is a very important step. Pay attention what's this here. If I write pwd here, you will see it says /work. But if I open the same thing, the same folder on my terminal here, and I write pwd here, it's the same folder, same files. Let me even do this. L pwd and pwd. Look, it's the same files, like literally same files. All of these files are the same as all of these files. But this is inside the container. This is inside my computer. Okay? Why do I need to do this? Is so that I can reason I want to run Claude Code in dangerously skip permissions mode, aka YOLO mode, so that I can let Claude Code work multiple steps in one go. So that I can go and have a coffee and let Claude Code build something for me. That's the main idea. And if this step is done, then you're all set. There's one more step, and then you're 100% set with Vibe Flow setup. Okay, now that one last step is this. You type here Claude, type Claude and hit enter. Obviously, you have to make sure that it's /workspace. Okay, once that is done, then you do this. Use this in all future MCP servers, because this setup that I have done already, Vibe Flow already puts the MCP integrations under the hood. It does the MCP settings for you. So select one and hit enter. Now, when you hit enter, it enters into Claude mode. Now you're in Claude Code, basically. Now you are in Claude Code. So in this case, you're going to, let me paste it here. So in this case, the last step of testing, if the setup is done correctly, is this. Type MCP list. And then there is the MCP integration between Claude Code and TaskMaster. And that needs to be, oh shoot, something is broken. That needs to be saying connected. Let me see what's broken. We changed this and then we didn't restart the container. That should be saying connected, otherwise then this is not working. There's another thing you need to also kind of like reopen it, and you can also select this option. And then it reloads the entire thing. Maybe this is something to do with cursor. And then maybe this way the environment variables are properly loaded. That particular message that you guys saw, sometimes it's coming because the environment variables cannot be read by the script automatically, and the MCP integrations can happen properly. So let's go see MCP list. Sorry, Claude / MCP list. Connect. Yes, it's connected. Connecting. Work. Please work. I have to go home and I have to pick those calls. Please connect, otherwise my whole tutorial is gone. It's taking time. That means something is happening. I'm gonna manually fix this. Something is broken. I know what is broken. It's basically this. Like if I do echo $ the environment variables, it doesn't load the environment variables. That's the main cause of it, nothing else. You see it's empty. It should be. If I do this, paste, export. Oh, you. This works, but for some reason the script somewhere is again broken. It used to work, but it doesn't work anymore. Oh, I see. I haven't pushed it. Shit. It's somewhere sitting in my computer. I need to push that. Where is that? Anyways, we are too far away. Let's just go with this solution. So if I put Claude now, Claude like this, since now it has, there we go. It found the API keys. Do you want to use this API key? Press yes. And now MCP list, it will connect, 100% connect. There we go, it's connected. And now what you see is 34 freaking tools connected to this through the MCP server. Look at that, it's magic. Now it's gonna do all project management in one go, literally in one go. So now we are getting to our first task. So we are 100% set up with our tool because of this connected thing. And the reason it was failing was this API keys not being exposed. And I remember that I fixed this thing. It's sitting in my computer and I didn't push it yet. The day before yesterday in AI Builders, I faced the same problem. I fixed it, I forgot to push it, and we were working on one commit too late or too old system. Anyways, so now is the time for us to go to the next step. We just did our vibe coding setup, vibe flow setup. Let me quickly do a screenshot of this. Then you should see this. If you saw an error, check if .env variables can be read using echo $. Anthropic API key. Okay, now we are set. We are done with this task. Let's go to the next task. And I hope the rest of the tasks will happen very fast. Okay, now we have pretty much vibe flow setup done. And this will become really, really easy once that CLI that I'm working on is finished. Now let's build the Vibeflow front end. But actually, before the Vibeflow front end, I would like to build the voice notes. Actually, let's give our project a nice name: Vibe Notes. Vibeflow, vibe coding, vibe notes. Same pattern. So let's call our project Vibe Note. Vibe Notes front end. What I will do is I will build the Vibe Notes so-called PRD, a product requirement document. And I will explain what to do with when you build product requirement documents. And I will copy paste the product requirement document here. Usually I go in another LLM and build the product requirement document. Therefore, I will take you to ChatGPT. And I will talk to the microphone for a little bit. And I will also bring a few screenshots so that I can give the LLM a little bit visual interface here. So you met Christina and AI Builders when you guys played the pad and ball. So the UI will look something like this, and we're gonna create it in just a minute, but I need to paste this UI to the Christina and I just met in AI Builders monthly meetup. We played the pad and ball game that we vibe coded. This is going to be the note that will go there. And the query is, can you remind me the name of the girl I met at AI Builders, where we, I guess, played the pad and ball game? So that's going to be the query, that's going to be the ingestion, and that's going to be the query result. These three screens we're going to build. I'm going to quickly take a screenshot of this and put it to ChatGPT. That will become as a part of my product requirement document. That's done. I'm going to paste it right here, and I'll prompt it like the following. Can you please create a product requirement document and for more context, read the screenshots for the user interfaces? This is a product, a full stack Next.js project using TypeScript and with a Supabase backend integration, having a full authentication, sign in, sign up, and database access, full security to the row level security. The authentication should be used from Supabase. The name of this project is Vibe Notes. It's a voice note-taking app. I use it when I am in meetups. When I meet someone randomly, I copy-paste the LinkedIn URL of the interested party, and I take a small note. That small note goes to an API that I provide. That API is a backend API for ingesting a text node that is stored in Supabase as a vector in a vector database. The vector database storing feature is out of the scope of this product requirement document. So you need to make sure that it is not scoped in this product requirement document. And the first screen is the ingestion screen, where you see the LinkedIn profile, where I use my phone, therefore the responsiveness should be considered. The app should be responsive. And I should provide notes either by typing it with keyboard, or there should be a microphone button. If I turn that on, using Web Speech API, I should be able to dictate, and then the transcript should be shown in real time in the notes section. Before submitting the notes, I should see a save button so that I can save it or submit it. And then it should go to that API that I will provide. That API is basically a webhook URL of an NA10 workflow that I have already created. And it should ingest the database and give me a success message that it has been successfully saved. Make sure that the transcript is also saved in real time on the local storage of the phone. So in case of any failures, I should have a retry button so it's foolproof. And then the second screen would be for querying. When I open it, it's an empty query. It's an empty screen with just one column. The field is called query message. And when I write something in that, a fuzzy search, kind of like, can you remind me the name of the girl I met at AI Builders, where we, I guess, played the patent ball game? Either I type it, or again, the same concept from the ingestion screen. Make sure that this is a reusable React component, this microphone button. Something that I can press and then start talking to the microphone. Again, you use Web Speech API, no overcomplications of using an external ASR, automatic speech recognition. And it should generate the transcript of what I want to search in that text box. It should be a text box, a text area actually, multi-line text area, so that using the keyboard I can fix something. For example, the names of the names of people that I might have said it, and the Web Speech API ASR is not using it properly. And then there should be a search button that when I click that, it should hit another API, a webhook API from NA10, another NA10 webhook API that I've already created, which is not the scope of this product requirement document. Make sure that the actual query of this retrieval augmented generation query is not a part of this, the scope of this thing. And then upon retrieving the results from this API, it should show it as it is displayed in the query result screen, where I should see the answer from the AI, which could be something like, you met Christina in AI Builders when you guys played the patent ball. And also, the most important thing is that it should also show the LinkedIn profile. The API will return a LinkedIn profile, and I should have the LinkedIn profile as a link, as a deep link, so that I'm usually running this inside a PWA, Progressive Web App. So please make sure that you put this in the requirement, in the product requirement document, that the manifest JSON should be created for the Progressive Web App, so that I can install it as an app on my phone. So when I click on that LinkedIn profile, it should deep link it to LinkedIn profile so that I can open Christina's LinkedIn profile. The main purpose of this vibe notes is that I meet people randomly in a meetup. I have a nice little conversation with them. I may forget about their names, but I don't forget about those little conversations. I go in a corner, I turn on vibe notes, and I speak on the microphone that, hey, Christina and I met in AI Builders, we played patent ball. And then 3 months later, when I see Christina in another meetup, I remember her face, I remember that we played patent ball, but I don't remember her name. I open my phone again, I go to that PWA, that progressive web app application that I have called Vibe Notes. I open it, I say that, can you remind me about the name of the person I met in AI Builders where we played patent ball? And then it should give me the LinkedIn profile so that I can go back, not only remember her name, but also her company and everything else that I can see on her LinkedIn profile. And then I walk to her in the next meetup after 3 months. And then say, hi, Christina, how are you doing? It was really nice to meet you again. And then that way I build more strong connections. That's the whole idea. One important note that you should consider is that this is not a normal product requirement document. Please do not put the section for time management. There should be no project delivery, no week-based planning. This product requirement document goes to an AI engine, an AI code builder. Therefore, time is not of an essence. It should be entirely a technical document explaining all what I have just described. So I make this as a canvas so that it creates like a canvas document so that I can review my product requirement document and then I can comment on the parts of it. This is a canvas. It's a kind of like a feature of ChatGPT. All right. Meanwhile, it's generating it. I'm gonna start reading this. This is the most important part that you can do, and you must do it when you're building your projects. If your PRD is wrong, it's GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. You're going to build the wrong product because your product requirement document was wrong. Take a lot of time. If you followed Abraham Lincoln's advice, he says, if I have 6 hours to chop the trees, I'll spend 4 of them sharpening my axe. This is a 4 hour for you to make sure that your product requirement document is done properly. How? First, like that, you make the UIs, you have a clear vision of what you want to build, and then go speak on the microphone for as long as you can. Perhaps multiple chunks so that you make sure that your dictation is not lost, whatever dictation tool you're using. Or if you're a typer, make sure that you type it in as much detail as you can. There are no right and wrong ways of doing this, so go with whatever that suits you the best. So, not sure which one should I pick. It's very hard when AI gives you options. I'm gonna go with this one then. Okay, so I will spend some time to read this, and wherever I see that there is an hallucination coming from AI, and then I will stop and say like, hey, why did you do this in that way and that way? So I can challenge AI and change things around. So vibe notes, that's correct. It's a PWA, that's correct. I'm reading, sorry. What?
I think we are all stuck with Docker.
It's okay. We switch it to read-only mode. I mean, watch-only mode. We switch it from the workshop format to masterclass format. Because if I support you guys, then we'll lose the window of opportunity we have in front of us, like literally 1 or 2 hours to spin off the entire code generation, and I have a lot more to explain. And then you can catch up later once your Docker container. Yeah, exactly. The watch only. Because I have to leave like literally in an hour or 90 minutes maximum. Yeah. Okay. Can someone check how many minutes the live stream is now? Is it touching the 4 hours? And put a timer, please, for 4 hours.
It's touching 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah. 150 to 350 now.
Okay, so, oh yeah, indeed, 2 hours, exactly 2 hours and 1 minute. Can someone put the timer for 2 hours, please?
2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if, okay, the offline handling is to temporarily store unsaved notes. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. I think this is perfectly nicely done, but before going on, let me see user flow. No. Okay, that's good. Now, before moving on, I would like to enhance it with the template that TaskMaster provides. So if I go to my cursor, what VibeFlow did, it's using under the hood cursor and Claude Code and everything, and it generates all of these files, which is kind of like generates these Claude Code command files, the cursor rules files. If you end up building all of these rules and everything yourself, it's going to take you forever, but it comes off the shelf immediately. And that creates a super high quality code because of all these setting files that it does in the start. So since we have done that, if we press on Git status, you can see there are a lot of changes that has been done here that needs to be saved. So I have a shortcut key called git cp. It's a way I will record a video on my YouTube channel on how to do this very soon. Basically what it does is it puts like git add dot git commit dash im, whatever message that you give it, and then it git push. So it kind of combines all of that in one line. So I will put this as a initial commit, or I will call it added VibeFlow. Okay, so now I saved all the settings in the first place. Now what I will do, what else did it do is inside TaskMaster, there is a templates folder. Inside the templates folder, there's an example PRD. And this example PRD explains to an LLM that how a PRD should look like. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it right here in the very start of, didn't copy. I will paste it right here. And in the start of this, I will prompt ChatGPT like this. The product requirement document you produced is absolutely perfect. Can you please paraphrase it and put it in this kind of a context? If there was anything missing in your product requirement document, but it is mentioned in this context or in this structure or template of the product requirement document that I have pasted in the following, please fill that from your side. I will double check and review it. Okay, so now it's running and kind of like rescanning the entire product requirement document that it did. and it puts all the structure in the way TaskMaster is asking me to do, which is an interesting way for TaskMaster. Now, the next steps for us would be to generate tasks using TaskMaster based on this requirement document, and then that will make TaskMaster's life much easier to go in. You see now the structure of this became a little bit more technical, which is more interesting for TaskMaster. So with that, I believe and I trust the LLMs more. I'm going to copy the entire thing. I will come here inside this area. Inside the docs, I will create a file called product.txt and paste it. I will remove ChatGPT's message. And I will do one more thing. I will go to ChatGPT and ask, can you please search the internet and find out if the prd.txt, where should it be saved in TaskMaster? This is the website for TaskMaster, and following is the documentation of TaskMaster. Find it out for me. So TaskMaster website, and TaskMaster is a CLI. It's a command line interface. So if I type TaskMaster here and then I type help, it will give me all the help documents of TaskMaster. So I'm gonna literally copy the entire thing because I don't know exactly where to put that PRD. I think it's inside the docs folder, but I'm kind of like making sure that I double check this and make sure that an LLM finds it out for me instead of me finding it out. I'm too lazy and I don't want to read that documentation. Scripts.py, okay, it should be inside the scripts folder. Yeah, I was going in the wrong direction. It should be inside the there is none. Should I create one? Or it's an old... Maybe it's an old convention. But it should really not matter because it's just a file path.
The docs.
Huh?
Docs.
This?
Go a little up. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it is the docs. I remember it is docs. Docs.prd. Place your PRD documents inside the docs PRD. Okay, the LLM was hallucinating. So I put it in the right place. I put that. This is an important part. Like if I do the git status, you can see that I have changed one thing inside the docs. So I have one change. I will git cp added prd.txt so that I freeze that one little piece of work. I save it. And now comes the part of the YOLO mode, the most interesting part. I'm going to start a new terminal. I'm going to make sure that my setup is still running properly by running Claude and then by running /mcp lest. It should say connected, which is the case. So everything is working fine. I'm going to get out of Claude by pressing Ctrl+C multiple times. And now I'm going to run this so-called dangerously skip permissions. I will type this and I will hit enter. So with this, what I'm doing is I'm entering into a fast pace mode. Holy moly, I forgot to do all the documentation here. Never mind. I will just do this. Okay, now what I will do is I'll also copy paste the PRD document in here. So where's my PRD document? Why am I doing that? It is a GitHub repository, so I'll go to GitHub. And TaskMaster docs PRD. You should get a document like this. Alrighty, so once you have that in place, then now once you enter this dangerous mode, now this is YOLO mode. This is gonna go forever. Now this is my next task. This is a very important one. Can you please use TaskMaster and create all the tasks from the prd.txt document and update TaskMaster. Do not overcomplicate it. Make the tasks one level down. It's okay. No subtasks needed. TaskMaster creates subtasks. If you do subtasks, its quality goes through the roof. But also the cost of generating that code goes through the roof because every single subtask is done individually. It becomes a little bit expensive to build that project, but it's worth it. I would do it for my commercial projects. For this small project, it's okay for me to do it like this. Once I hit enter, it goes in this crazy mode, and then as soon as this particular task list that you see here is the internal task list that it is using. It found the task, the prd.txt in the right place. Now is the moment it is going to do something crazy. Look. So this is an internal task list of, let me update something here. So this part, like literally these are the internal task list. It picked the internal task list. I'll explain what does it mean. In here, it picked the MCP. So this is the internal task management of Claude Code. It picked the prd.txt properly, and it is using the MCP server of TaskMaster. This is the most important part of this entire series, that we put together right now it's two different AI agents, and now they're going in YOLO mode, and then it keeps going on and on. And right now it's bouncing back and forth under the hood, and it's creating all these tasks itself. It says it created all the tasks it says it created all the tasks successfully, and it put it here. So Claude Code created all the required tasks in TaskMaster using the MCP server. Now we will see how to check the tasks in just a minute. MCPs are amazing. So now I'm on this terminal, my computer terminal. I will keep this also maximized. So here I'm gonna write this TaskMaster list with subtasks and hit enter. On my computer, I will write this and hit enter. And there we go. Now this happens, and then we are going to see the list of the tasks that TaskMaster generated. So this is TaskMaster. This command now shows the dashboard and shows all the tasks here. So our command to see the task list. Project progress, I would say. And the list of tasks, I would say. This is all on my computer. We don't need to do it inside the container, inside the Docker container. The Docker container is only for the yellow mode of Claude Code so that it doesn't break anything. It doesn't hallucinate and then remove my files. So you can see here, it created all the required tasks, and each of these tasks have its own explanations internally. So now is the time for me to save this in GitHub. This is one of the good reasons that why TaskMaster is better, because it creates these detailed tasks here in JSON, and I can put it inside GitHub, and I can create workflows around that. I can create different things and so on, and that makes my life much easier. All right, so now I'm gonna push this and I say added tasks or TaskMaster tasks. So this is done. Now what I'm gonna do next is I will say the next prompt for me is again a YOLO mode. This is now the moment of truth. Let me see if it picked the implement reusable voice input, build ingestion screen, implement query, configuration P, implement offline storage, implement setup, Supabase authentication, implement reusable voice input. It didn't build the task list in a way that I wanted. I wanted to see the front end first and then do the integrations. So I will ask to reshuffle the tasks a little bit. Can you please reshuffle the tasks in a way that first we should spin off the Next.js application, and then we build the entire interface reusable components without any Supabase integrations. And once I have completed the front end without any backend, just with the front end features like web speech API and so on, and then I will go to the Supabase integration. So reshuffle, reprioritize tasks in a way that the front end development happens first and then the back end integration happens. So now I'm asking Claude Code to use TaskMaster to reshuffle all the tasks back and forth so that it goes in the direction I want it to go. Kind of like task first. I mean the front end first approach. So until now it was using its own. So what it does is, as you can see, internally it takes one task list and then it goes and puts the tasks inside TaskMaster. So for that reason, it's going to make the hallucination chances extremely low. Like the number of steps that it will eliminate the chances of hallucination is super good. So it's going on. Meanwhile, I'll take questions. Sorry that you're stuck. We switched already in the masterclass mode because we are running out of time. We have only 1 hour left, 50 minutes left. So we can't do anything. Need to make it. Okay, so now it's reshuffling all the tasks. And it's updating the dependency. I didn't speak about dependencies. So it creates these dependency tasks. You can see that this tasks of building ingestion screen depends on task number 1 and 2, which is setting up the authentication and the interface and so on. And you can also ask Claude Code to generate complexities of this, and then it uses AI to generate complexity score so that it can evaluate which one to solve and how to solve and how much it costs and so on. So successfully updated task number 4 based on the prompt, and it goes and keeps in a loop, like it keeps executing all the updated tasks based on my instructions. And hopefully now the entire execution plan would be in a way that it will go step by step in a front end first, back end second approach, so that I can see something like tangible without any back end database integrations, not worrying about the RAG failing, retrieval augmented generation failing, or NA10 failing, or whatever failing. I will like literally isolate everything to just front end, something that's running in the browser. I can test the PWA, I can install it on my phone. I can do everything that's front end related first. Once that's done, I seal it, I send it to GitHub, I git push, and then I will do the actual back end integrations. Yes. Excuse me. Can you ask your question?
I want to know that whether this task manager is probably making the form from the Claude scripts to proper type of the Git deployment. Yeah, I mean the role is changing the Claude scripts and whatever we have from the Claude Code to format of the Git. Yeah.
Do I understand your question correctly? That TaskMaster, Claude Code is using TaskMaster? Is that your question?
Claude Code is no TaskMaster is using Claude Code.
Not the way around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. In one step it does. In the third level, okay, I will explain this. It's a very complex concept. A very good point you have asked. Very important question. Yeah. So since we give Claude Code, this is how this entire setup looks like. We have one big container that is our computer. So how does it work? Aemal's laptop or Aemal's MacBook. This is one container for us. This is one system. Inside this system, I have another system called Cursor. It's an application. And Cursor is running in executing everything. This is one container. Inside Cursor, I have, it's not inside Cursor, but wait a minute. It's something like this. So I have Cursor running. I have my terminal running on the same folder system. And then I have a Docker container running on the same system. Okay? So Cursor has access to this entire file system. Let's assume this is the entire file system. That is something similar to this. It's a folder structure I'm trying to draw. I don't need to go in detail, but it looks like something as a folder structure. One is in Cursor. One is inside Claude Code, but this Claude Code is sitting inside. This Claude Code is inside a Dockerized container. So this entire box is a container. It's a Docker container. I'm gonna just put this thing here, that this is a Docker container. It doesn't go outside. Like whatever is happening inside this, whatever is happening inside this, it's not gonna get out of these boundaries to go inside my computer. That is prohibiting it, okay? And this Docker container has something called Claude Code installed here. So this Claude Code has one API key in here. One API key is set up here. One API key is set up here, which is or one API usage is set up here. We haven't yet used Cursor in combination with Claude yet. We'll do that in just a minute. The technique of that is very simple. Right now we are running this terminal. You press Command-Shift-I. Now, let me quickly explain that. So one thing is off our shift. So now we have this one, Claude Code, this one, Cursor. So now we have two AI agents running simultaneously. How you get this? Press Command-Shift-I. Command plus Shift plus I to open the Cursor agent. So you get this. And you can, on the same system, both of these guys can work. This guy is inside a Docker container. This entire thing is containerized. So this is a Docker container, but this is not Docker container. This not contained. So whatever this AI agent does, it goes directly to my file system. What this AI agent does, it goes to my file system, but the actual software execution of this, all the Linux execution of this is contained inside here. How do I know that? I can see it from this terminal here. This terminal says workspace, or I say pwd, it stays in this workspace. But this terminal is not that workspace, it's my computer workspace. Okay, so let's see what happened before I pressed Control-C. Did it finish all the task reorganization? I think it was finished. I was too fast and too deep in the topic. Oh no, I didn't close it. I just switched the terminal. So here, it finished all the tasks. It reorganized it. Let me see how the tasks are now setting up here. Did I want to show something else on the whiteboard? Not really. No, let's go. Okay, so then reusable voice components, build ingestion screen, front-end UI with local storage, front-end search with local search. Wonderful. So these task reorientation, IndexedDB backend sync. Let me quickly see it here. It's easier here. So here, now it created all these subtasks. You can see that the subtasks are in more detail. I will take a screenshot of this. Okay, Claude Code, especially with the setup that we have, doesn't have like a very good screenshot feature. I'll show you. If you're using Command-C, you cannot do Control-V. Control-V is the actual command for running inside the Claude Code. It doesn't work there. But if I'm running on my, it might be the cursor feature, but if I'm running it here and I press Control-V, you can see that a blob image is stored here. So I can do that. But if you want to do a screenshot here, you need to go here and then drag and drop it from your file system when you have done that here. Where is it? Desktop. I believe it's this one. Wrong folder. Get out of my way. So I drag and drop this one here, and then this Claude Code instance have access to that particular. Oh no, this won't have access because it's inside the Docker container and it doesn't know how to access this. So it's not going to work anyways. I'll just remove it and describe it in words. There's a small problem here which is literally this part. The implement query screen is empty with subtasks. Can you double check the task called implement query screen do not have any subtasks, or the subtask titles are empty? The rest, everything looks fine. Double check every single task and make sure that these tasks are oriented in a way that the front end is built first, and then I have the Supabase backend integration, and along with the API integrations coming right away from the NA10 webhooks that we have done before. So now this is going to go in a YOLO mode until it double checks everything. I'll quickly pick this call and come back, because your microphone is also being recorded here. All right, so now we prompted Claude Code, and we asked, like, go ahead and build everything in one go. It did it. Since it was like 20 minutes or so, it kept running in YOLO mode, and I didn't want to record all of that 20 minutes. Now it's back, and we can run it and see how it works. So we are here. We're gonna go to this vibe stage nodes folder, and we npm run dev. It's running 3002. The other ports were not available, so it got it. Now let's run it. 3002. And it's giving us an error. So I'm gonna copy the entire error, come to Claude Code and paste it right here, and hit enter. Whatever error it is, it's gonna find itself and fix it. And this is, as a vibe coder, your day-to-day job. You're gonna copy paste errors, and it's gonna fix itself. It's very funny. So again, just for the sake of time saving, if you guys have any questions, now is a good time, because Claude Code is in the generation mode. I heard someone from Google Meets unmuting their microphone. If there is a question coming from that side, please ask. Okay, so now it's again, since it's on YOLO mode, at least we saw 20 minutes of autonomous execution. I believe that one prompt should have solved this problem. Question coming. Writing test out is Claude Code and cursor handling. That is the I don't understand this question. Do you mean like writing tests, like test-driven development? If that was the question. Yes, you can build test-driven development, and that's a good way to build software, because then, in this case, I didn't do it. It's just a demo. But if you ask Claude Code to produce tests first, like kind of like red-green approach, it produces the tests. You commit the tests in GitHub. Then everything is red, and then you ask Claude Code to generate the code and then run the test. The test runs, gives you the error, and then it goes in a YOLO mode, and then it keeps running, and that way the quality of the code is much, much better. So is it best practice to break up the prompt into smaller pieces instead of well, yeah, absolutely. What I have just done, it was a totally crime what I've done. It was just for the demo purpose, so I can show you guys something running, and then we say goodbye to each other. And we close the workshop. But what I would do is instead do this. TaskMaster is my TaskMaster. I will go one task at a time. It even didn't update the task statuses, but I will go one task at a time or one subtask at a time and test it. You're happy with it, commit it, send it, go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. Otherwise, it will definitely make your life harder. Okay, when that happens, that means the stream is having trouble. No? How much time we have on the timer? 53 minutes? Oh, nice. We have enough time. Yeah, 58 minutes. 53 is okay. Before 8 hours, we'll cut it down. Let's see if the... Oh.
Will that provide API?
Okay. When that happens... Pardon me?
Will that provide API?
Yes, Blue Dot provides APIs. Okay, it's running still in YAML mode. There was one more question. I have problems in copy-pasting the SQL code from Supabase. I've seen this coming 2 times. Let me explain that one more time on where to get that from. And the front end is being already loaded here with a lot of bad UI. I'll go and prompt it and fix it. Because it's still working on it and it's not nice. So when you go to N8N, I don't remember where was it, ingestion or, yeah, it perhaps was an ingestion pipeline.
No, he's asking about the SQL to run in Supabase. So
yeah, you can't find the SQL. That's what I'm trying to get here, like the documentation of. Wait a minute. I don't know where it is, so I'm gonna try to find that documentation. It was somewhere here. It's somewhere in the recordings. It was too much. Here, and somewhere. Here, setting up quick start. There we go. This one.
Question before I leave.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
here.
Regarding this,
please. Your question.
Yeah, I was stuck during the Docker installation. So there's a file called dev-container.json. So which we cloned from your repository. Is it important, all the content?
Yes.
Because I have an error there and I tried to fix it using ChatGPT and it suggests me another version, but it generates something else. It doesn't even generate, so I don't know what's the problem. I couldn't debug it.
Yeah, we can... Can you join the Google Meet, please?
Yeah.
Join the Google Meet so you can do screen sharing. And then bring your laptop and yourself. Come here and then we can resolve it during this waiting times when we are running something. Right now it's... And also wear this, please. It's a magnet, you wear it like this. Okay, so let's see. Let's first see the TaskMaster. Claude Code forgot to update the TaskMaster. So I'm gonna ask, well, let me first run the project, see it, and then I'll ask Claude Code to update TaskMaster. Okay, so now 3001. And it looks like this. I have something I can let me take it to Chrome because this web speech API is not supported in here. Allow it. All right, so I just met Christina. This is a can I do this? Okay, perfect time to do bring the other Kraken into play. Enough of that. Let's bring this Kraken because of that copy paste. I have a screenshot here. Screenshot pasting works there. It doesn't work here. For some whatever reason, I don't know yet how to fix that. I'm using now Cursor, not Claude Code, and I'm going to fix this part with Cursor. Can you please see the screenshot? There are a few errors in this code base. When I'm doing the dictation, it keeps adding the transcript again and again. It's duplicating the transcript as I'm talking. And also, the CSS and everything looks really, really bad. Can you make sure that we are using Eero UI, and also please update TaskMaster statuses. And since I forgot to mention Eero UI in my initial PRD document, please update the PRD document to add Eero UI component library, and also add the relevant tasks in the TaskMaster, and update the current implementation to use Eero UI components. Since I have seen Eero UI, so now you will see the difference between Claude Code and Cursor, because Cursor will get stuck so many times. Claude Code went non-stop for almost 20 minutes, and you'll see that Cursor now gets stuck, like, I don't know, in 2-3 minutes. Every 2-3 minutes it gets stuck. No matter what I did, it always got stuck. Okay, question coming. What is YOLO mode? You only live once? Huh? Is that what YOLO mode means? I don't know. Oh yeah, the super base copy function. We just said we'll come back to that. I don't know what YOLO stands for, to be honest. We can just quickly check that. Can you search the internet and find out what YOLO stands for, especially the YOLO mode, which is used in cases of code generators like Cursor agent going in YOLO mode, or Claude Code going in YOLO mode. In that context, what YOLO is the abbreviation from? Like, what does it stand for? Okay, now we'll go in 2 steps. First, I'll check that SQL code, and then we'll come to you. Okay. So that SQL code is here, right here. You go here, and literally from here you copy it. If that's exactly the question you have, I'm gonna leave this to our channel. I don't know exactly what error do you have, but that error can be, or I don't know, if you know the error, just paste the error, we can have a look at it. All right, so let's keep an eye on this one because it gets, there you go. You see the first thing it got stuck in is it's asking me if I want to edit PRD. Yes, I do. And then it will keep asking me, it will keep getting stuck. So the true YOLO mode, and right now YOLO mode is enabled in my cursor. The cursor is set up in that way. So we'll keep an eye on this. There you go. It's installing Eero UI. It's stuck. We need to say continue, hit enter, and then it will continue. There you go. It's now continuing. So cursor is always slow. I think again it got stuck. Okay, so you're ready?
Yeah, I'm still debugging, trying to at least.
Please join the call and share your screen, and then we can see it from there.
Yeah, I've requested.
Okay.
I don't need to turn on my camera, everything turned off, right?
Yeah, I will put this camera on your face.
Cool. I'll rejoin.
Okay.
I need to screen share, right?
Yeah.
Entire screen, share. So.
Your cursor, I'm Claude Code. Look at the screen. I added like this for this screen. For this screen, it turned out that you became cursor, I became Claude. Okay, I need to keep an eye on this one. Okay, so can you close that little thing next to Google Meet? No. Close it from here so we can see your screen more. Okay.
So I'm here on a step where we need to press Command Shift P and run dev container. So I'm pressing Control Shift P, dev container. This is my folder. I'm opening it, and it looks different from MacBook, I guess, because it's Windows. And I'm running. It starts. Something is happening, but then I have this error.
Can you make it big? Oh, there is some permission error. Yeah, it's a permission problem. It cannot run the Docker container. Can you show me the Docker container running?
So.
Yeah, it's a permission problem. It's Windows thing.
But he has Apple.
Yeah, my Mac also same.
Oh, something is broken here.
Something to do with the Docker container. It can't get the permission it needs to spin off that process. Oh, it got stuck again. Wait a minute. Otherwise, we keep wasting. Otherwise, I'll take it back from cursor, give it to Claude Code, and then we have enough time to go and do that. Yeah, it's a permission problem. I think it's going to take a little bit longer to go and drill down that rabbit hole, especially considering it is this it is Windows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I need to find something.
Cursor is, yeah.
I need to find the reason somewhere here, yeah, in Dogger.
I would suggest do the following. ChatGPT the hell out of this. You'll finally find what exactly is missing the permission. Something is missing permission.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So that exactly the permission thing, or maybe it is something in my configuration files in Vibeflow that apparently my user has permission and it runs on my computer, not on your computer. So one of you with MacBook, write me a LinkedIn message. Let's schedule a call. I will try to resolve it for you. Yeah. And then that should become a template that we can create a video out of that. And then it should resolve for future Vibeflow users. Yeah.
Okay, oh my God.
Actually, you can open an issue on Vibeflow GitHub repository with all the details. I'll see if I can reproduce it on my end. Okay. And then it should do this. Okay. Guys, the cursor is getting stuck again and again, and I'll ask the same thing from YOLO mode and Claude Code, and then we go all in with Claude Code. So can you please add Eero UI? There is some incomplete work related to Eero UI. Please make sure that nothing is broken. And there's a small bug in dictation. The dictation is kind of like adding text from Web Speech API in a concatenating way. It should make sure that it doesn't duplicate the transcripts showing on the UI. So, Eero UI, where is it? Here. Okay, now you see the difference between Claude Code and Cursor. Claude Code is running forever and Cursor was getting stuck again and again. And unfortunately, in that battle that we had, Claude Code lost, and I feel so guilty about it because I was running that show and I let Claude Code lose. It was this battle. It happened a couple of days ago. We let for 3-4 hours. When was it? This one. So we were here for 5 hours. A masterclass of running 2 AI agents here. Cursor and Claude Code. We built the same web application full stack using Claude Code and Cursor. In this particular battle, it happened like 2 weeks ago. First, we created a snake game in both. I invited someone from the audience to play the game and then give his reviews. In this case, Claude Code also won. And then we again went on building the entire web application. It kept running and running. Claude Code was good. At the time, I didn't have this vibe flow in place. Therefore, Claude Code lost. And then Daniel came and gave a presentation of his vibe coded project, and YOLO mode was running in the background. There were so many people, really nice, engaging conversations, especially not only from like application and technical background, but also from social background, like what happens to the future of job and so on. And then we brought in TaskMaster. TaskMaster was like literally only with Cursor. Therefore, I think Claude Code lost because Claude Code was managing the tasks internally, and Cursor had the TaskMaster underneath it. The result of Claude Code was much better than the TaskMaster result was much better than Claude Code. And we had like this very long conversation, very interesting conversation. and then the stream went down. You see after the 4 hours, it kind of like silently goes down, 4 hours and 2 minutes, and then it just keeps loading. Therefore, I have to restart every 4 hours. So somewhere in here, I want to show you the result of the two. Oh no, indeed, it went down and then it was never recorded. The result was never recorded. It's recorded in the screen recording, and that I have never had a chance to upload the screen recordings yet. All right, and this is Dev. By the way, this is Dev. This guy is called Dev. That the guy that I was using as an example for yesterday's ingestion, and he is one of my first YouTube subscribers. And I really like this community building. Faster. Look at that. Claude Code is running in YOLO mode without disturbing us, so we can have like some human communication. What time is it? How much time do we have on the timer? 32. Nice. I think at least we see one output from the UI, and then we will take it asynchronously, and then the rest of this I will build. I'll keep building, and I will append it to this video recording that I have been doing. This live stream, we can keep it there on the live tab, but a video like this is the video of yesterday, 8 hours, 19 seconds. That's all combined, and then with 4K resolution, so you guys get like really one thing that goes on forever. So here, these were these 4 champions yesterday, and you guys are 3 champions today. All right. We have 30 minutes left, and I believe on Claude Code, it's gonna give us some nice output. I've never thought that I will produce that much video. Look at this. How much is it? Like only in 4 or 5 months. 149 plus 1 coming from today, plus at least 10 talks that I have not yet edited and uploaded, plus 3 workshops that I have not edited and uploaded, plus 57 lectures that are uploaded yet not published, plus at least 20 more lectures that are gonna be an extension of this one. Well, the extension of this current is one is like day 1, day 2. There will be only 2 like this one. So it's day 1, like day 1, 8 hours, day 2, 8 hours. So the extension of this current one will turn out to be one video. So literally in 6 months, 240 videos. I went crazy on producing videos on YouTube. And I have 1,776.
You seem so comfortable with it.
With producing videos?
Yeah.
I was not comfortable. I was delaying it forever, like literally forever. And this is my very first video that I published on the internet. Not this one. This is a playlist. This one on 19th of January, 6 months ago. This one. I didn't have a microphone, and I said like, fuck it, I'm gonna go on the internet and put a video there. And I built a computer use clone. I shared it on the internet, on LinkedIn. I planned the whole idea of what I'm going to build, and I kept building it across 12 more weeks, next weeks. And that worked. And I was invited at Dativ, the accounting system HQ, for a talk about this. And I was invited at SAP headquarters. I gave a talk about this. It kind of like, this video kind of like literally opened the doors for me. Like, I said something, I'm going to do it on this diagram thing, and I went and did it, and that was amazing. And this was 6 months ago. And I promise that I'll keep doing it until the end of this year, so no matter what happens, I'll do that. Oh, actually, I now remember. I forgot about that. That I was running computer use locally. Look, it's my local machine, and I'm running computer use. Computer use is Anthropic's thing for running computer usage. It's an AI agent that uses computer interface, like simulates clicks, simulates typing, operates computer for you. And I built something similar called blindclicks.dev. This is my project. Not so many stars yet. Hopefully it will get some stars someday. And what it does is explain their Docker containers and everything. And there's a video explaining how I build it for Dativ. Dativ is an accounting software, a very famous accounting software in Germany. And I have explained in this video, it's like a 4-minute long video. You can play it and then watch it and see how this is another co-working space where I'm a member. And this was like 5 months ago.
You sell it to Dativ? It was like
no.
Or
it's an experimental project that I'm doing.
Mm.
Yeah, 12 episodes so far. But this is the vision where I want to take it, like a very declarative way to build computer usage, like AI agents that uses computer interface. It's a vision project. Only if I would have more time. Okay, so it is completed. You see the cursors versus Claude Code, it always wins. And it is running on which port? 2001, I think, right? 3001. What happened? Why does it not have this? It does have npm run dev. It's installed. That's not nice. What I'm saying, maybe cursor screwed it up. I should have git stash and ask Claude Code to start over again. I let Claude Code work on the top of cursor's work, and I think that messed up something. Right now I see a version mismatch, and I don't have next running.
Do you use Claude Code for Task Manager?
TaskMaster,
yeah, or you have coded yourself?
Sorry, say again.
TaskMaster. How do you produce it?
Oh, TaskMaster is not my project.
Oh.
TaskMaster is not my project. It's somebody else on the internet built TaskMaster. TaskMaster is by chance we both use the dev domain. That's what associated it. Oh, I see. Yeah, blindclicks is my project. TaskMaster is not my project. I wish TaskMaster was my project. It's from someone on the internet called TaskMaster. They used to put their name here. Someone from Canada or something. I think this guy. Where is he based? I don't know. Yeah, this guy probably. This guy. Okay, it's running. Hopefully it's gonna fix it. Otherwise we are gonna stash and do the old prompt again and get our UI running, and then we will do a closing and applause, and then we go on. Okay, it's ongoing. Any other questions coming? No? Nice. Okay, then I will show one feature of Claude Code that's called hooks, and I'll see if I can find a very interesting use case of hooks, which will change the way you code, which I saw. I don't know where, if I can find it. I have an obsession about learning things. When I start learning something, I go and watch almost every video I can find on the internet. Now I forgot where I saw it, but the use case is very interesting. The use case is that when you run Claude Code, you saw that last time it ran for 18 minutes. It finished, and we kind of got to know it because we swiped and then we saw it. It was done. But what you do during those 18 minutes is important. Like when you are running Claude Code for, I don't know, 2 hours, you need to know what happens next. If you kind of like run it for 2 hours and it's finished in 1.5 hours, and you're coming back in 2 hours, you lost 30 minutes. Hooks can solve this. How? By playing a sound. So you can put a hook as soon as it's finished, it plays a sound like a song or a beep or what. Like you start kind of like do the prompt, and then you go do your dishes, do your laundry, whatever you can, which is very ironic because we should be writing code and the robots should be doing the dishes and doing the laundry. So when it finishes, then it plays a sound, and then you can go in and see that, okay, it's finished, let me check this. Now that is what one of these videos is showing. I can't recall, my memory, I'm very hard to see. Like maybe you can Google like Claude Code, play sound. It was like in a corner of a long video, like literally, I think it's this guy that says that how he uses 12 steps. The message me agent is done. Text message me. Okay, this guy is using it with text message, very similar one. But the other one that I saw was with playing a sound. Oh, I think it's this guy. I went down 2 weeks ago. I think it's this one. I think it's this guy, and it's somewhere at the end of this video. So he plays a sound when the project is done. Something like that. Here, oops, 2053. So 2053. So just Google for or chat GPT for hooks, playing sound. You saw that the other video was like text me, like literally text me. So here you can create a hook. The hooks could be like pre-tool use, post-tool use. So this post-tool use is what you need to do. Like literally it's descriptive. Like you describe it, what to do next. And then you would write a small shell script that plays a voice on your computer. And once it's finished, then it'll like, dong, or maybe like play a song or something. And then you know that, okay, it's done. Until then, we need to keep an eye on this little counter that it's done, and then we'll know it's done. So you can see that in 380 seconds, which is 6.5 minutes, Claude Code went nonstop, and it's trying to tidy up the mess that cursor did. Okay. I saw a question coming in. Can you fix picture so that superpaste LangChain scale copy problem? What? Can you fix a picture to the superpaste LangChain SQL copy problem? Thanks. I don't know what does that mean. Like fix a picture? Do you mean the screenshot? This one? Please submit your question or join the Google Meet and ask your question.
Can I ask you a question? question?
Yes, please. Here.
To know your idea about these no-code and low-code tools and the future of it in comparison with these tools. Can we say these low-codes or these cursor and clouds will be good? Will we use it more than and can I say the no-code tools will not work anymore?
So did I understand the question correctly? Like, do you say like the no-code, low-code tools like Softer,
For example,
Bubble,
Lovably.
Lovable is in a different avenue, but I'll come to Lovable as well. If they have a chance of survival in 5 years, because these things are growing so fast and so big. To be honest, it is extremely dangerous time to run some such business models, and at the same time extremely high opportunity to run some such business models, because a company called Base 44 was acquired for $80 million by Wix.com, Base 44 I think .com or something like that, was here, .com. It's kind of like Lovable, and it was acquired for by Wix.com for $80 million. You can see that here. Wix.com bought it. And this was done by one person, and it was vibe coded, a vibe coding platform, vibe coded by a non-programmer, and he made $80 million. At the same time, what we put together in here is basically Lovable. It just needs a little bit cleaner UI. Vibe Flow could become Lovable. Obviously, Lovable makes $100 million a year. It's a different beast, but it's the same context, it's the same direction. Claude Code is Lovable killer. So the future is dangerous for those kind of projects. Let me see if this thing works. All right, so I met, okay, still it's doing that crazy thing. The down there doesn't work, but up there does work. This is a screenshot that Claude Code needs to see. All right, so this works. I provide some UI. Okay, this needs to go a long way, a long way, because this is like this search thingy and everything. I met this person whom I want to remember what was the name of this person. I think we played paddle ball in AI Builders meetup. Can you remind me his name? Yeah, so the dictation tool and everything works. Now, when I do search, the result of search, obviously the UI and everything will change dramatically. You can see me code this for the rest of the coming weeks and finish this to become, like, turn it into a full-fledged product, like as we planned in here, somewhere here. Because we are literally, all of us are exhausted and I have to leave. My parents are arriving. This would be the end result with a full-fledged PWA and everything. The rest of everything I will be doing, either under recording, not recording, is going to be the same thing that I'm going to do here. Like literally come here, prompt, go test. Come here, prompt, and then go test. It's just an endless loop. It just needs to go from this super ugly looking UI to a very nicely looking UI, and then add the integration to Supabase, add the integration to the webhook calls from N8N, turn on N8N into production mode, and then we go on with the rest of this. So with that, this workshop is literally coming to an end. We have just a few minutes to close down the live session. If you joined us from anywhere in the world, thank you so much. It was a great 2 days long workshop. We enjoyed a lot building an N8N workflow where we get the chance to create an N8N workflow that ingested and as well queried fuzzy search. We learned everything from vector databases to N8N workflows. We started very, very basic, and we went through a lot of basic knowledge to very advanced knowledge, all of them in 2 days. But this was the thing that it could never finish this application in time without sacrificing the basic knowledge. So I prioritized basic knowledge, and therefore I generated that much of text, that much of notes that you can always go back to. Just as a closing, here you can find all the links to connect with me, subscribe to my YouTube channel, find me on my website, the Luma page, which had like 805 registrations, but only a few people showed up. And also the cohort 2 is happening soon on 3rd of August. It's starting in about 10 days. You can read and apply about that here. And with all of that, I think we are done. We're literally done. I wouldn't waste more time on just prompting back and forth just to show you that, yeah, prompting works. But it was a great, great, great experience. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Aemal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aemal. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. See you guys next time then.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Looking forward to meet in Berlin.
Yeah, come over again. Yeah, anytime. Or see you in Vienna. I'm gonna do a Europe tour, and I think Vienna is.
Just give me a message.
Yeah, we're starting a Europe tour sometimes mid-August. I'll be across all the bigger cities like Paris, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Vienna. I'm not sure. I have to check. But in Vienna in October, I have a workshop, a 2-day-long workshop planned. And Zurich. These are the next places where I will be giving N8N workshops. 5 cities. I don't have, like, the plans are not yet public. I'll do that very soon in a couple of weeks.
Great.
Wonderful.
Okay, have a good time.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, let's back then.